Well, good morning and welcome to City Hall. We're going to get started with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. The Very Reverend Justin Lindstrom, the Dean of St. Paul's Cathedral, is here to help us in the invocation. And afterwards, I'll ask Councilman Stonecipher if he'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. But would everyone please stand at this time?
Let us pray. Holy and gracious God, we give you thanks and praise for blessing our great city, for prosperity and growth. We pray, Lord God, that you would bless all our elected officials, especially our mayor this morning and our city council members. Give them wisdom and courage to serve the common good, to promote peace and equality, to further our prosperity for all and give equal access to this prosperity to all. And Lord God, we pray that as citizens of this city and state and nation, that you would inspire us to love each other, care for each other, give to those who are in need, serve the marginalized, and raise up all so they can live in freedom and peace that we enjoy. Guide us, lead us, and direct us. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. October is Disability Awareness Month, and we are led in this effort by the Mayor's Committee on Disability Concerns, and we have several members of our committee that are here today. Why don't you all come forward? And we have a proclamation. I'll ask the clerk to get started reading it while we get settled up here.
Whereas the month of October 2015 is designated in the United States as National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and this year marks the 25th anniversary of passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Whereas leaders and citizens of the City of Oklahoma City in implementing the MAPS 3 projects are constructing new sidewalks and other facilities that will be disability accessible. Whereas Oklahoma City's ADA coordinator and staff work daily to assure that the city's programs and facilities are accessible to all and to implement the city's ADA transition plan. Whereas the Mayor and City Council of the City of Oklahoma City are implementing a broad ordinance requiring ADA accessible sidewalks on new and renovated major and minor arterial streets. Our city needs the knowledge, skill, talent, and productivity of all of our citizens with disabilities to help build our city and energize our economy, and Oklahoma City's people with disabilities deserve the opportunity to work and have full lives. Whereas on October 27, 2015, the Oklahoma City Mayor's Committee on Disability Concerns is providing a special seminar on ADA accessibility. Whereas the theme for this year's committee is Accessibility for All in 2015, and the 25th Annual Awards Luncheon is held to honor outstanding people with disability and persons and entities that support their well-being. Festivities will also honor area student poster artists by displaying their artwork created to help raise awareness of the progress for people with disabilities. Now therefore, Mick Cornett, the Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of October as Disability Awareness Month, and Tuesday, October 27th, as Special Disability Awareness Day in Oklahoma City, and he urges observance by all citizens as a reminder that people with disabilities can learn, work, pay taxes, buy goods and services, be self-supporting, and lead others if given the opportunity.
Let's show our appreciation and acknowledgement of Disabilities Month and Day. And Sidna Madden is the chair of this organization. Sidna?
I want to thank you, and Actually, since I get to do all the talking for the Mayor's Committee, I want to put somebody else on the spot. If anybody would like to speak on behalf of us. Anyone? Pam, would you like to say a few words? With the passing of the ADA 25 years ago, it actually means a lot of things for a lot of people, and a lot of changes were made from educational approaches to architectural design, from employment practices to the way information has been passed and the way information travels. The ADA is a promise that people with disabilities will enjoy the same freedoms and the same opportunities as people without disabilities. Our communities trying to become more inclusive cannot be more inclusive without the support of our great leaders like our mayor here. So we do appreciate all of your help, all of your dedication and focus as well. So thank you.
And we're coming a long way in this area, and as part of our effort, Pam Henry, my longtime friend, is serving on the MAPS 3 Sidewalk and Trails Committee, and we're building sidewalks all over this community. And in fact, she says her middle name is Pam Sidewalks Henry now when she meets old friends. So Pam, thank you for your service.
Even my mother says it's all right now that my middle name is changed to Sidewalks. She supports that.
We might need a resolution on that at some point in council meeting. Thank you all. Let's show our appreciation again. The city of Oklahoma City enjoys a wonderful relationship with the Red Cross, and if you followed our city's history, you know from time to time we have had needs for faith-based organizations and nonprofits to come to the aids of people who were in tough times, and the Red Cross has always been there for us. To reflect on that association through the years, the Red Cross has this summer established an award that we think kind of chronicles and reflects the long-standing success and relationship that we've had between the organizations. Jim Ferris is the current chair of the Red Cross Board, and he held an event where myself and my two predecessors were there to handle this very heavy award, which is why Jim's picking up and I'm not. But I wanted to have Jim present this so the council could see this beautiful award. It is really a piece of art in itself. It's a one-of-a-kind piece. And Jim, I'll let you reflect as you did that night at the Cowboy Hall of Fame about this award and the relationship that the city and the Red Cross have.
Thank you all. Basically what the award is, it's the 2015 Ruby Award for Humanitarian Services, which we've given out for about 4 years now. Mary Fallon's gotten it, Kathy Keating's got it, Gary Mars has gotten it, a wide array of people. This year, in reflecting on who we were going to give it to, we really thought about the relationship that the Red Cross has had with the city for years. And we thought really the whole city deserved the award for what they've done to support the Red Cross, really starting back with Ron and going through Kirk and now Mick, because unfortunately, Oklahoma is the most disaster-prone state in the United States. We have more money coming here from around the country to help us with our disasters. But the city has always been a partner with us, starting with the bombing, going through all the tornadoes and all the other wildfires, house fires daily that we support. And we thought that the city just deserved that because the city has done such a great job in what I think is really a renaissance that happened starting with the bombing to get us up to where we are today. So I am very proud on behalf of the Red Cross to present this to the city of Oklahoma City.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And yeah, we're going to find a prominent place to put it. And I usually pass things amongst the council. I'm going to do you a favor and not pass this thing to you. I'll strain some muscles. But we'll put it back here today, and we are, as we speak, working on a prominent place where we can display this so the citizens of Oklahoma City can see it when they visit City Hall. Jim, thank you for all your work, and please pass along our appreciation to the rest of the Red Cross. We're on item 3 of the council agenda. We've handled item 3A. Item 3B is the notification of Pete White as the vice mayor. Pete, thank you for your commitment to serve in that capacity for the next 6 months. Item 3C is the appointment of Sam Presti to the Civic Center Foundation. Is there a motion?
Second.
All right, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 4 is the Journal of Council Proceedings. 4A is to receive the journal for September 15th, and 4B is to approve the journal for September 1st.
Move the items.
Comments or questions on the journal? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 5 is request for uncontested continuances.
Mr. Mayor, outside of item 9C, which is listed, I have several others starting on page 22 under item 9L1, page 22. Item B, 2328 Northwest 22nd Street. Ask that be stricken. The owner has removed. We're moving to 9M1, item A, 5621 South Barnes. We ask that be stricken. We need to re-notify. Item E, 430 North Rockwell. We ask that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item P, 3216 Southwest 47th Street. We ask that be stricken. That is now occupied. Item R, 6201 Northwest 84th Place. We ask that be stricken. The owner has secured. And then moving on to item 9N1. Item A, 5621 South Barnes. We need to strike that and re-notify. Item E, 430 North Rockwell. We need to strike that. The owner has secured. Item H, 2328 Northwest 22nd Street. We need to strike that. The owner has removed. Item M, 3216 Southwest 47th Street. We ask that be stricken. It is now occupied. And item O, 6201 Northwest 84th Place. We ask that be stricken. The owner has secured.
Are there any other requests for uncontested continuances? All right. Item 6 is revocable permits. The first is from the Oklahoma City Boathouse Foundation and its efforts to hold the Oklahoma Regatta Festival this weekend in Regatta Park. And Sarah Brown is here representing the Boathouse Foundation. If she'd come forward, she can tell us a little bit more about the event. Good morning.
Morning.
Sarah, we'll need your name and address for the record.
My name is Sarah Brown. My address is 327 Northeast 2nd Street, Oklahoma City, 73104. And I'm here to talk about the Oklahoma Regatta Festival starting this Thursday, October 1st. We'll start with some night racing that night, food trucks, small festival. Friday, the October 2nd from 6 to 10, we'll have more night racing. We have a fundraising event that night, and we also have some circus performers performing off at the Sky Trail, followed by fireworks. Saturday is our big festival day. We'll have live music, bands, food trucks, head racing in the morning, and then night racing at night, followed by fireworks at night as well. And then we conclude on Sunday with Masters head racing at noon. So,
Sounds like fun.
yep, we'll expect about 50,000 people there. Yes.
Sounds like you're going to have a crowd.
Yes.
All right. How about a motion then to approve this? It's in Ward 7, John?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move for approval.
All right. All right. Cast your votes. We're voting on item 6A. It passes unanimously.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Sarah. Good luck. All right. Item 6B is a request for a right-of-way permit from the American Cancer Society. They hope to hold an event called Making Strides Against Cancer. That will be in the Adventure District, I believe. So let's get more information from Ashley Mowen.
Good morning. Ashley Bullen. My address is 6525 North Meridian. Making Strides Against Breast Cancer benefits the American Cancer Society, and it's a 5K walk that honors and celebrates breast cancer survivors, brings awareness, and then raises funds for the American Cancer Society for their life-saving work. Our activities will be in the ASA parking lot, and then our 5K will be out in the Adventure District.
Terrific. How about a motion here, John?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move for approval.
All right. Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Thank you. Item 6B2 is a request from Capitol Hill Main Street to hold the Fiestas de las Americas on October 3rd. Is there anyone here representing this organization? Oh, come on forward.
Good morning.
Good morning. We'll need your name and address for the record, please.
Donna Cervantes, 319 Southwest 25th Street.
Okay, and what can you tell us about this event?
Well, we're excited. This is our 10th anniversary. This year, we're starting with a 5K race in partnership with Oklahoma City Public Schools. That'll be at 7 a.m. The race follows the same route approximately as the parade, which begins at 9. So this is Southwest 25th, south on Walker, turn around and come back to Southwest 25th, approximately at Robinson, and then the parade, and then a full day of activities with music, cultural dance, food trucks, kids' games, all kinds of. This
How many
is
people
to celebrate.
do you usually attract?
This will be close to 15 to 20,000. We
Wow, that's great. Well, good luck with the event. It's in Ward 4, Pete.
It is a great event. Everybody needs to come down and enjoy it. It's a really good event. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we're voting on item 6B2. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you. All right, item 6B3 is a request from the USA Triathlon to hold a Fall Classic Duathlon on October 18th. Is anyone here representing this event? Come on forward if you are. Okay, I guess somebody was just waving to somebody else. It's in Ward 1. James, this is out at Lake Overholsa.
Yeah, it's great to see stuff going on at Lake Overall, so I move for approval.
Okay, we're voting on item 6B3, and it passes unanimously. Item 6B4 is a request from the Oklahoma City County Health Department to hold Open Streets OKC Fall. Is there anyone here from the Health Department? Here? Yeah, come on forward. Shannon and Phil?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Shannon Welch. Address is 2600 Northeast 63rd Street. And Open Streets, this will be our third event that we're hosting, and the purpose is to encourage active transportation and encourage people to get out and to be active. The first two events had 20,000 people, and the second event 30,000, so we're hoping for the same this time. And we'll have food trucks. There's 40 organizations that are going to be providing activity stations for people to be able to get up and be active. Those will be centralized on 25th and 29th Streets. And then we'll have Robinson and Walker open for people to ride their bikes. So we're excited.
Terrific. And this event will take place October 18th?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And it's in Ward 4, Pete. Yeah. All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
And item 6B5 is a request from the Stockyard City Main Street to hold the Stockyard Stampede on October 3rd. That'll take place on Exchange Avenue. Is anyone here representing the Stockyards? Yeah, come on forward.
Hi, my name is Emily. Do you have my address on there, or
Well,
do you need that?
yep, give us your business address.
Okay,
if you don't
it's
want to give your phone
1307B South Agnew Avenue.
address. Okay.
And we created the Stockyard Stampede last year as a way to really celebrate the heritage of Stockyard City. And this year we're adding the parade that we used to have in Cowboy Christmas. We're on a trial basis moving it this year to this event. So it'll be the same route, same time. That'll be the only time we close down the street is for that hour in the morning starting at 10. The rest of the day we're going to have chuck wagons and Dutch ovens and concerts and mutton busting and colt breaking and fun stuff like that, and the whole family will enjoy it. So that's pretty much going to be our day, and it'll be this Saturday.
Mutton breaking?
Mutton busting. It's where the little kids ride sheep, kind of like bull riding for little kids.
Sounds great.
Yeah,
like
it was
great
probably the
fun.
biggest hit last year.
All sorts of wild things happening in Ward 6 this weekend. All right. Is there a motion? All right, cast your votes, and it passes unanimously. Thank you, and good luck with that event. All right, we'll recess the council meeting convened as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority. It's like there are 9 items on the MFA. Any comments or questions from council? All right, we have a motion and a second on the MFA. Cast your votes, and it passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. 9 items again. All right. Yeah, did you want to say something about David?
Well, could we break out items E and F and vote on those separately?
Sure. C and F?
I'm sorry, E and F.
E and F.
Yes.
All right. So I'll take the motion that's been presented to be inclusive of all items except for E and F. And so why don't we vote on those items, and those items pass. Now I'll ask for a motion on item E and F. Is there a second? All right. Cast your votes on item E and F of the PPA, and it passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCPPA, convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust. There are 2 items. Any comments or questions on the EAT? Is there a second? All right, cast your votes, and it passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCEAT and reconvene the council meeting with the consent docket. Is there a motion?
Subject to individual consideration.
All right. We have a motion and a second. I would like to
ask for individual consideration of an item. Can I designate that at this time?
Yeah, which one would you like to talk about, Mark?
7AV, please.
AB, okay. Anybody else?
BA.
BA, James?
We had a presentation on that, so.
Okay. And AQ and BA.
AQ and BA. All right. I'll also note item T is an acceptance of a very thoughtful gift that's come to us from Cole's Garden, and Susan Coles is here. Susan, you have to stand up, you just wave your hand. Susan is donating a large amount of public art in memory of her husband. It's going to be placed all over at different places of the city, and I think this is made perhaps just the beginning of several placement of her public art around the city, and Susan's something we never get enough of. We have a lot of public places. We would love to have art, and I did want to acknowledge and thank you for your gift this morning.
I, too, would like to thank Susan. Her late husband, Alan Coles, gave me my first job in college working at W&W Steel, and he was a great man.
Oh, what a coincidence. All right, Mark, you want to go ahead and talk about AB?
Being the new kid on the block, I'm learning a lot of new experiences. One is meeting with Jim Williamson and his staff as the city auditor. And I just want to tell you that I think Jim and his staff does an outstanding job. They were just peer reviewed by the Association of Local Government Auditors, and they were deemed to be in full compliance with the government auditing standards, not only for the past year, but for the past 8 years. And I think we ought to acknowledge that, and we ought to thank Jim and his staff for their outstanding work.
All right.
Your Honor, I would second that. We are very fortunate to have Jim and his staff here, and they do a lot of very helpful projects, well beyond just looking at numbers. They'll provide management consulting type services to various departments throughout the city, and we all benefit from those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Item BA. James, do you want to get us started on that one?
You said there was a...
We do. David or Rob Edgecombe is here from Jacobs Engineering, who's our consultant on the project, and can run through a little bit about the project a little bit.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much for having me this morning. I want to give you an update on where we are with regard to the contract for the streetcar. When I was last in front of you, we had you approved the negotiation of the contract with Intercon, and so since that time we have been working through the negotiations, and we now have a contract that we're proposing to the City Council. I want to explain what's happened since excuse me, since we met the last time. So we have been working on changes to the specification for the vehicle. We made a number of amendments to the specification to more clearly define performance. So we have something that's measurable that allows us to make sure that the vehicle will perform both on and off wire as we expect it to do so. We have also incorporated any of the changes that were identified during the RFP process into the core specification. So the majority of the specification is exactly as it was when it was bid, but we have added a few items of clarification with regard to things like weather conditions, with regard to platform interfaces, and with regard to the performance of the vehicle when it's on and off wire. We do have a contract that the city drafted. We've negotiated that contract with Intercon. There are a number of conditions precedent in that contract. There are letters of credit for performance and for warranty support, and there are insurance certificates that they have to provide. If the City Council approves the contract, they have 30 days in which to provide those documents. If they do not provide those documents, there is no contract. In addition, we have to get a vendor registration document from them in order that they can be paid. The pricing of the contract is exactly as it was when the RFP was included. So the price you're seeing is the base price plus an amount for spares that we can negotiate which spares we wish to buy based on the needs of the system. So the number that you see is exactly what it was as proposed. The one change that we have made with regard to pricing elements is that the payment profile has been amended. We have negotiated a new payment profile with them, and one of the benefits we have gained from that is we now have unlimited liquidated damages available to us. So if the vehicles are late, we get $1,500 per day per car for late delivery, and we also have liquidated damages if the vehicles are out of service for a warranty defect. So the unlimited liquidated damages provide a useful tool for us as part of our project management process to ensure that we get the vehicles on time. We'll have a very aggressive start to the program, assuming that we're approved to go forward and that they provide the right documentation. We'll be having launch discussions with them very quickly, getting a kick-off meeting underway, and moving into design review. It's a 24-month process from notice to proceed being issued until the time when the first vehicle is delivered. The vehicles are all coming from the Czech Republic. So we have gained some experience from some of the other projects that this contractor has been working on in the US. We have actually get some benefit from the fact that they have debugged some of the issues, so we're getting basically an off-the-shelf vehicle. And we will be working very closely with them to ensure that we meet those schedule requirements. But we also have the liquidated damages as a tool to use to ensure that they comply as well. So those are the key elements. We've got the conditions precedent, the changes to the specification, and the changes to the payment profile. Otherwise, everything else is as it was when the RFP was originally put forward for review earlier this year. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. James, did you want to have questions for the consultant? Okay, are there any questions? Yeah, here. Yeah, Larry.
You mentioned this item, liquidated damages, and I received a letter over the weekend. I'm assuming some of the other council people may have received it, and the intent of this letter, in my opinion, was to cast doubt over the ability of the contractor to fulfill his contract. And there was a comment in there that that's the reason why some of his prior projects that they've done in the United States have fallen behind, that they had the inability to get their act together, is my translation of it. Who is backing the liquidated damages, and how much risk are we taking by doing business with this particular vendor?
The vendor is a well-established vendor in the marketplace. They've supplied many U.S. operations. They have had schedule issues with their Seattle project, which I suspect is what was being referred to in the letter that you received. There are a couple of things that relate to the Seattle project specifically. One is that vehicle is the base of the vehicle that we are buying. The only thing that we're changing is the truck on our vehicle so that we can have a level vehicle with all of our platforms without needing to have bridge plates for accessibility. But the work that they've been doing with Seattle to get their vehicle into service means that we have effectively getting an off-the-shelf product that has already been debugged. The other thing with the Seattle project that was problematic for them was that they required a lot of local manufacture. So some of the vehicles were built in the Czech Republic, but the majority of them have been built in Seattle. And getting a local operator up and running to build and assemble the vehicles and using local suppliers has been a big part of the problems they've experienced there. Some of the members of our team are very familiar with that project, and so we're understanding exactly what they have gone through there. We're not doing that. We are buying these vehicles straight from the manufacturer's facility using their traditional supply base, and so we think we're avoiding one of the big hurdles that Seattle set itself as a result of having those local suppliers. We have the letters of credit that will be in place before the contract can become live, and they will back up the performance of the suppliers. So if there are any issues with regard to claiming on things like liquidated damages, we have those guarantees in place. So I'm not an expert on that. I don't know whether, Amanda, I've missed anything, but if you want to add anything. But we believe that, A, they've got the capability of doing the task, B, that we're actually taking a relatively low-risk approach by using the vendor that we're using and the product that they're offering, and then we have the financial tools to back us up as well.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, Larry, I had similar concerns sitting on the MAPS Oversight Committee as well as the Streetcar Committee. They've truly vetted those issues, and I do think we're in a better position than the city of Seattle was with respect to their streetcar systems, just because of those points that were brought out today, the fact that the manufacturer is using their normal subcontractors versus unknown subcontractors can really make a difference. So, thank you.
Just if we had a future expansion with an RTA or otherwise, and we were seeking federal funds, we're not using federal funds on this project, but if in the future, would this in any way inhibit or impact such an application, but with Buy American requirements? Or
So what we're doing here obviously doesn't have a Buy America element to it. Anything we were to do in the future, if it had a Buy America element, we may well run a new competition. We have an option on this contract, but we could always run a new competition if we wanted to. If we wanted to meet Buy America requirements, there are many ways of doing that. Some of those involve local assemblies, some of them don't, because the Buy America requirements are about percentages that you have to achieve. So there are ways in which they can comply. But if we were to go in a future phase that required Buy America, we would do a total review of the supplier base and the availability, and also the experience that we had on the previous vehicles as to whether we wanted to make any changes going forward. So we have the flexibility to do that in the future. This does not restrict our future options.
Great, thank you.
Just want to point out, the streetcar industry is very competitive, and these guys go against each other all the time. So they're very, very competitive, and they probably don't like each other very well. But I also want to point out that I really appreciate the job Amanda Carpenter has done on this. Works for Mr. Jordan and David Todd. This is a hard thing to get done, and I really think they've got the provisions to protect us in here that we need with the security, financial security, and the liquidated damage and such. And Jacobs, too, it was a great team effort. Not an easy project to accomplish.
Yeah, Mark?
I understand liquidated damage provisions, but I want to make sure I understand this one, and that is $1,500 per day.
Per vehicle.
Per vehicle. Does that cover fees, costs, other things that might be incurred if we do have a problem?
So it's a pre-assessment of the loss. So and it's actually, when we put together that amount, we came up with a higher number than has been standard for a number of the contracts recently. We've seen similar projects where they've been at $1,000 a day or $750. We analyzed what we would need to compensate, either with alternative transportation provisions or some of the other costs that we might incur. We believe $1,500 was a more appropriate value, and we negotiated that with Intercon. So that is covering what we think would be exposure to the city if the vehicles are either delayed from delivery or out of service as a result of defect.
And so what you're telling me is there's no way to go beyond the $1,500 if we had damage that exceeded that per day, correct?
I'm going to bow to counsel here on that one.
If we feel like it's reached the level that they're not performing under the contract, then we can make a claim against the performance bond,
Great.
which would be separate from the liquidated damages. The performance bond is backed by a U.S. bank with a local branch in Oklahoma.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
All right. I think we're at least for now, we've got the information we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
All right. And,
I just want to pull this one out and vote on it separately, and you guys will probably all be happy to know this will probably be the last time I do that. I think this is the point. I think this is the point of no return. I still don't think this is a good project. I don't think it's good for the city. I don't think it's a good use of $130 million. But if we're going to go in, almost $24 million and actually buy the vehicles, I think that we need to finish it at that point. So, I just want to pull out and make my last no vote.
all right.
And then I just want to plead one more time that we send a delegation to the Railvolution meeting in Dallas on October 25th to the 28th. It's Sunday to Wednesday. I've gone over the years, and the most striking thing is that we're not represented. There's a streetcar coalition that meets at that meeting every year, and then they send a delegation to Congress in Washington. And what's most striking to me is that we're kind of operating in a silo. Every city is represented at that streetcar coalition. They all meet together. They talk with each other. We can't operate within a silo. We have to know what other cities are doing. I think questions that we could ask today, we could glean from other cities in the streetcar coalition if we knew that the problems they had with Intercon or otherwise. So it's very, very important, I think.
Copper representatives are there. Mr. Todd is going, and I think some folks from planning are going too, so I think we're having a pretty good...
Citizens can go. This is a once-in-a-decade opportunity because it's within driving range and it's in Dallas. Things like traffic signalization, which I appreciate Jeff Besdick coming and speaking on 2 weeks ago and then writing in the Gazette, things like that it shouldn't even be debatable in my mind. And if we were constantly going to the Streetcar Coalition, I think we'd learn that empirical data from other cities. It's a once-in-a-decade opportunity for the city. We don't, of the 4,300 employees that we have, I'm not aware of any that have been involved in the operations and maintenance of a streetcar, which it's not because we haven't had one, but to meet other people from other cities, let them know that we're bringing this online. We may find other people there's always people who aren't happy with the city they're in, and maybe they're looking for an alternative. So I'm glad that we're going. Thanks. Is on AQ, and this involves declaring about 14.5 acres right adjacent to Tinker Air Force Base, owned by Aquit as surplus, and then conveying the property to Tinker Air Force Base. The Oklahoma Industrials Authority is going to reimburse us at fair market value. I'm calculating that to be $15,000 an acre, which is 34 cents a square foot. And I guess compared to what we paid the rail company for their land, I'm wondering how we arrived at 34 cents a square foot. Was there an appraisal?
First of all, this is vacant property. The railroad put a great value on the landing site, the power handling facility that they had on that. Kathy can maybe talk a little bit more about the value.
From what I understand, the appraisal is based upon a fair market value appraisal. The Water Trust can't sell land at anything less than a fair market value appraisal, so it was done by an appraiser, and that's what it was appraised for. So,
did they take into consideration the rail yard?
I'm not sure they could. I don't have a copy of the appraisal with me right now, but I think because it was a very complicated transaction that was between multiple governmental entities, I'm not sure it was considered the kind of transaction that you would use to determine comps for a MAIA appraisal.
Why does the Oklahoma Industries Authority pay us as opposed to the federal government? Or
the Oklahoma Industries Authority each year receives a grant to support operations at Tinker Air Force Base, and so we're going to use... Pardon me? It's a state grant. Yeah, it's a state aviation, what is the Strategic Military Commission grant, and we're going to use the funds from that grant that we received this year to pay for the property that's going to be purchased from the Water Trust and provided to the Air Force.
But why wouldn't the Air Force buy it? I mean, why wouldn't they pay us?
Same reason we provided the rail yard to them, is to get their project up and going, which will have viewed as long-term economic value.
Okay, so it's a gift. I mean, it's a economic development act on our part to try and spur expansion of Tinker Air Force. Okay.
Yeah, and it's in support of the KC-46A project. It's a little piece that was needed to complete the entire parcel that's required for that project.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. We have one person who's signed up to speak on an item on the consent docket, Mark Gibbs. Morning, Mark.
Morning. Mark Gibbs, 601 North Broadway, MAP Streetcar Subcommittee. I'll not take up too much of your time. You've already talked about this issue. Would point out to you, though, one important thing to bear in mind: if someone pitches up in front of you in an English accent, don't automatically assume they're intelligent, okay? I'm here to tell you that, okay? But I will tell you that I was on the Streetcar Evaluation Committee along with Nathaniel Harding and many other members of city staff, and I can very much vouch for Rob Edgecombe. I repeatedly grilled him about a lot of the questions, all of the questions that you've raised here. And I'm here to tell you that we're very satisfied with the contract that's coming forward to you. It's been a long, hard path to get here just for this contract, let alone for the project, and we're probably not even halfway done. There is a long, long way to go yet as well, and there's a lot more work to be done. As far as the project's concerned, I think it protects the technical risk very well. It is very advanced what we'll be doing, the amount of off-wire capability, and I think that's well protected, and I've looked at that in a lot of detail. More importantly, schedule risk, and we've discussed that already. And a really important aspect of that is to get started very quickly and focus very quickly on that first 6 months in design review. That's where you can prevent mistakes and problems occurring later on. So it'll be important that Jacobs gets started on that a notice to proceed is issued as soon as possible, and that also any necessary sign-offs from the MAPS office come through quickly at that time. And we should be well aware that the MAPS office is going to come under increasing pressure and increasing strain because multiple projects are now coming together in a very advanced stage and a lot of work is needed. Looking ahead, there will still be more problems. I'm sure of you there will be other issues that will come up, and there may well be delays, even with the best intentions here and rigorous oversight of the project. It's a very complex system that we're purchasing, long supply chain, a lot of systems need to be integrated. Our biggest concern on the committee is that the project is done right, and even if there is a few months delay in the whole project over the whole 10 years or whatever it will take, that's important that it be done right. Traffic signalisation is something of great concern to the committee to make sure that all intersections are signalised, and you'll be hearing formally from us through the committee, hopefully through the board, and on to you a formal recommendation in that point of view. So I'd just like to hope that you do vote to approve this contract here today, and I want to assure you that we will continue to provide as much oversight and scrutiny of this project as we continue to go forward with it. Thank you.
All right. Mark, thanks, and thanks for your service on the streetcar subcommittee. All right, we have a motion in place. I'll take that motion to exclude item BA, and then we'll vote on that one separately. So the first vote is on the bulk of the consent docket. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Is there a motion on BA?
Move the item.
Okay. All right, cast your votes on BA, and it passes 7-1. On to the concurrence docket. Is there a motion here?
Move the items.
All right, any comments or questions on the concurrence docket? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. That moves us on to item 9. These are items that require a separate vote. We'll begin with a series of zoning issues. The first is in Ward 7 at 1929 Northeast 24th Street. It's currently R1 single-family residential, and it would become a general office district if approved. John?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see the applicant is present. Can you please come up and explain yes, you. But I just want to highlight the work of small businesses who want to come into Northeast Oklahoma City, who want to come into the Northeast Renaissance TIF district. So if you would, can you please explain your project?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. My name is Alicia Hughes. Our project is under our company name, Urban Game Changers. We purchased a property in the area. Our goal is to turn it into a strip mall and provide some eateries that haven't been typically present in a while in the area. I'm currently a franchisee with another company called Firehouse Subs. I don't know if any of you have ever had that. So our goal is to bring that into the area. And also, we are currently under contract with another concept for pizza as well. And so that's what we plan to put in the area, are those two eateries. And then we also have some ideas about retail clothing that we're interested in as well. So we plan to put a nice-looking strip mall in the area, and we need that back part to be rezoned so that we can have it for parking. Because usually people dine in, and we need to be able to facilitate their ability to park so that they can enjoy their food.
Again, I just want to thank you. We met approximately a year ago, and you said that you wanted to do something in Northeast Oklahoma City along the corridor of Northeast 23rd and also Martin Luther King. So I just want to say thank you for what you are trying to do. And I, again, just wanted to highlight that there are small businesses, small minority businesses who are trying to do something positive in Northeast Oklahoma City. With that said, Mr. Mayor, I move for approval.
Second. All right, any other comments or questions on item 9A1? Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 9A2 is a zoning case in Ward 8 at 7800 West Memorial Road. It's currently R1 single family and O1 limited office, and it would all be put into a new PUD if approved. Mark?
Yeah, this is an ordinance on final hearing. I'm sorry. This is an ordinance on final hearing for PUD 1590. It's located, as the mayor said, at 7800 West Memorial. It's a development office park. There were no protest letters, no protesters at Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission recommended approval, so I'd move for approval at this time.
All right, cast your votes on 9A2. It passes unanimously. Item 9A3 is a zoning case in Ward 6 at 1829 North Gatewood Avenue. It's currently R2 medium low residential, and it would all be put into a new SPUD if approved. Is there anyone here that is speaking in dissent of this item? Anyone against this project? All right, how about a motion to approve?
I move the item.
All right, cast your votes on item 9A3. It passes unanimously. Item 9A4 is a zoning case in Ward 2 at 6819 North Chartel Avenue. It's currently R1 single family, and it would be put into a new SPUD. Ed?
Did anyone sign up? So it passed the Planning Commission unanimously, no protests, so move for approval.
All right, we're voting on 9A4. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 9A5 is also in Ward 2 at 3435 Northwest 50th Street. It's currently R1 single family and would be put into a new SPUD.
Did anybody sign up? Again, passed Planning Commission unanimously, no protests, so move for approval.
All right, cast your votes on 9A5. It passes unanimously. Item 9A6 is a zoning case in Ward 7 at 100 East California. John, this item was deferred once. Are we ready to go today?
I believe so.
Okay. All right, how about a motion then on 9A6?
All right, I move the item. The applicant did ask for the emergency, but I will not ask for the emergency.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. All right, we're voting on 9A6. Passes unanimously. Item 9B is a request for a special permit to operate a brewery in the downtown business improvement district. Is there anyone here hoping to speak against this request today? All right, how about a motion? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 9B2 is an ABC issue. It's also in Ward 6 at the same location as the previous item. Is there anyone here speaking against this item? All right, how about a motion? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9C has been deferred until October 13th. Item 9C will be held in 2 weeks. Item 9D is an ordinance up for final hearing today. Doug Cupper has introduced this item to the council previously. Is there anyone here hoping to speak on item 9D today? All right, cast your votes on 9D. Passes unanimously. Item 9E and F include a public hearing that has to do with bid 6 and adding in Midtown. We have a few people that have signed up to speak. I will ask people as they come forward to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less. The first is Kelly Work.
Yes, good morning,
Morning,
Mr. Mayor. My name is Kelly Work and members of the council. My address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304, and if possible, I would like to request to get the exhibit up that shows the proposed annexation area and the proposed bid area. We have a copy that we were provided with the notice for this hearing, but if possible, I'd like to request that be put up so that we can refer to it.
Do we have that available, Jim?
I don't know. Do we have that available?
We're working on it, Kelly.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm here today representing the owners of the Charter Commons Office Park and the owners of the Goldman Law Building. Charter Commons is a group of individually owned office buildings, one-story office buildings, located between Northwest 12th Street and Northwest 13th Street and between Hudson and Harvey. And then the Goldman Law Building is a single-story office building that's located at the southeast corner of 13th and Harvey, so just to the east across from the where the Charter Commons property is located. Both of these two items, as you're aware, on your agenda today are to consider the proposed annexation of the Midtown area, including our properties, into the Downtown Business Improvement District, and then also you have on your agenda the proposed assessment roll for the Downtown Improvement District, including this Midtown area and including our properties that are proposed to be annexed. Our properties are located along the northern edge of the proposed annexation area. It extends up to 13th Street, as you see on the exhibit. And if it's possible, as you're working on that, if you're able to pull up that exhibit that shows both the downtown improvement district boundary and the proposed a Midtown annexation area, just so that we can see how those two relate, that would be helpful. We do object to the annexation of our properties into the downtown business improvement district. We filed, as directed by the statute that governs these types of districts, we filed our written objection with the city clerk last week, and then we have again provided you today, also as the statute requires, a copy of our formal written objection to the annexation and to the assessment roll. These professional office buildings that comprise the Charter Commons and the Goldman Law Building are Class A buildings. They're fully occupied. They're well-maintained. Charter Commons has a full-time caretaker.
We've got to the 3-minute point. I'll tell you, if council has any questions they want to ask Kelly, now would be a good time, but we've got a long list of people here, and I hate to establish a longer period than 3 minutes early on. Might not be fair to other people down the line.
I understand.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anita Sanders?
Could Susan Manchester go first, sir?
No, you need to go.
Okay. My name is Anita Sanders. My property is located at 830 Northwest 10th Street. I'm an attorney. I purchased the building about 4 years ago. I feel like I'm one of the unfortunate businesses that has been assessed by Midtown. There was no fairness in what was selected to be in the Midtown area. There are properties at the roundabout at Chartel, both north and south, mainly law firms, that were not selected to be in the Midtown area. I don't understand why they were cut off, and I was the lucky one to be in it. I think that the Midtown concept was very arbitrary. There's a larger law firm. I don't want to mention any law firms because they may sue me, but there's a larger law firm catty corner from me, and it is not in the Midtown section. There are restaurants, retail, entertainment businesses that may benefit. I've been here before in front of you again, and I'm speaking to you again and telling you I am not going to benefit from being in Midtown. There is really nothing that you can offer me. We take care of our properties. I'm talking about myself and some of the other attorneys that are here today and those that are not. There should have been some type of elimination process, procedure for businesses like myself. I'm going to be leaving my offices at 5 or 6. These restaurants are going to be open. They're going to benefit. We have filed some actions in district court for the reason of the arbitrary inclusion and exclusion of businesses in the Midtown concept and the unsophistication of the assessment. The last time I was here, I was assessed one amount, and now I've been assessed a different amount, a few $100s more. And I am in support of what Kelly Work has said and Susan Manchester that will come after me. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Anita. Susan Manchester?
Susan Manchester. My address is 1100 North Chartel. I'm at the roundabout at 10th and Chartel. We have objected not only to this hearing, but also filed an objection in district court, case CV 2015-1260, to the annexation you did on June 19th. To create a business district, it's a two-stage process. First stage, you determine the boundaries, create the district. Second stage, you assess it. We're trying to do this without doing the 2 stages and allowing the objections that need to be allowed by people who own properties in this area. You've also, you're trying to combine them, but you can't. Your notice says our objections today are pursuant to Section 39-111. That only allows for objections of this assessment hearing, objections to each assessment, and not to the boundaries, not to the properties included, excluded, to the benefits. You've totally bypassed that stage. And you bypassed it filing a resolution without notice to the property owners. That's in violation of the law, it's in violation of due process, it's in violation of our constitutional rights. And I hope you read my 15-page objection, because I don't have time to go through it. I made many points. You created the Midtown District. It's a facade that is part of downtown. Downtown assesses properties different. Residential, nonprofit properties are differently assessed than retail and other properties. Midtown, everyone is mechanically assessed exactly the same. Our professional businesses have been there 30 years, or we've practiced 30 years. We get nothing from marketing. We get nothing from holiday decorations. But yet we're going to pay for those to benefit the retail, the new apartments, and people that will benefit. But we're paying for it. It's like we're paying condo fees, but we don't have a condo. And you totally bypassed that first stage by creating this district. You can't do it in one stage and say our objections have to be under Section 39-111. Your notice is defective, the whole procedure has been defective, and you violated rights and the law.
All right. Thanks, Susan. Mickey Kled?
Mickey Clegg, 1225 North Broadway. I'm the president of Midtown Renaissance. Under this new bid, we'll be paying an assessment of approximately $50,000 a year. So we're very much in favor of it. And I think I'd like to point out one thing. When they say there won't be any benefit from it, they will not get any benefit. In the Charter Commons is a building that just recently sold. It's under contract, hasn't closed. There was 6,500 square feet, listed at $200 a square foot. I talked to the broker this morning. He said he couldn't tell me the exact price since it hadn't closed. He said it was very close to the $200. The assessed value on that building was $454,000. It is sold for approximately $1.3 million. So I think, if nothing else, the properties will benefit from appreciation in value. If you're an owner, you pay tax. If you're an owner, you get the appreciation.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thanks, Mickey. Lee Peoples?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Lee Peoples, 800 North Harvey Avenue. I'm a professor of law at Oklahoma City University. As many of you know, we recently moved our building into the Midtown downtown area. Some of our parking lots are in the area to be annexed into the bid, and we are in favor of it and support it. I also serve on the Midtown Board and the Bid Oversight Board, and I live in Midtown. As Mickey mentioned, the Midtown Association is a not-for-profit, and it's been around for several decades. In recent years, we have had success in promoting the district. You may have seen our district markers around. We've made it a major destination. We're working to improve the district. Major projects include the renovation of Red Andrews Park and the Class and Drive Extension Project. We survive financially through donations and through holding a once-a-year annual event. But we want to join the bid to be on the same level as the other districts, like Bricktown, like Automobile Alley. If we were able to do that, we could use the bid funds to focus our efforts on improving Midtown and not have to be as concerned with fundraising. The process has been transparent. We held 2 public meetings that were well attended, both by those that supported it and those against it. Joining the bid would be a significant step forward for us, and I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lee. Richard McCowan.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Richard McCowan, City Center Development. My address is 4409 Cannon Drive in Norman. I have developed 3 properties in the Deep Deuce bid as well as 1 in the Bricktown bid, and I'm a member of the advisory board for the Downtown Oklahoma City bid. I moved down here 14 years ago to take over the land development arm of our family's company. And I spent the first 9 years working in the suburban fringe, watching downtown become this magical place. And I've fallen in love with the city. And it's led me to try and understand, well, why? Why is Oklahoma City experiencing this renaissance? And certainly it's a overnight success, many decades in the making. But part of what makes the city really amazing is the people. Certainly all of you sitting here, tremendous leadership that your predecessors have had. But then there's another layer of people, the incredible staff with Jane Jenkins' team and the DOKC bid management group that makes downtown come alive. If you look at downtown, we're a residential developer, it's like a small town. There's maybe 7,000 people live downtown. And when you think about trying to animate a town of that size, or village of that size, and do it in a way that makes it fantastic and spectacular for the entire metro, and invites the entire city in, because downtown belongs to all of us, it can't really be done just on a volunteer basis of a little community of 7,000 downtown dwellers. But Oklahoma City, through the efforts of the spectacular talent that you all have been able to set the table and keep and recruit our best and brightest from wanting to leave and go to other peer cities that we've all certainly gone and visited, like Austin and San Antonio or Kansas City. The efforts of this team have made Oklahoma City spectacular and continue to make Oklahoma City spectacular. I think Midtown will be delighted and surprised with the transformation that the inclusion in the Downtown Business Improvement District will have for them. And I would just like to encourage you to be in support of this, as am I.
All right, thanks, Richard. Joe Hodges.
Good morning. I'm Joe Hodges, President and CEO of SSM Health, which is the owner of St. Anthony Hospital. I have been at St. Anthony for 23 years, and I have seen what has become of that particular area, especially back in 2003 when we decided, were we going to stay in this particular neighborhood, or were we going to move our services and serve our community in another location of the city. We decided to stay in the neighborhood, as we all know, and a lot of that was because of the partnership of the city, but also it was because of, I felt like we could really make an impact upon this community. And I think we have made an impact upon this community, not just St. Anthony, but the developers, the people that live in Midtown. It is, to me, one of the most amazing and fastest changing areas of our community. I would absolutely support, and we absolutely support this measure, this bid. It's important for the future of Midtown. We have done a lot of work, I believe, in helping our neighborhood. We actually currently do the landscaping for the roundabouts. I love the roundabouts. I don't know if you all remember what it was like before the roundabouts, but there were lots of traffic accidents. And now I see a lot of people maybe frustrated with the roundabouts, but I love them, and I think they look great, and they certainly define where our campus is. So, again, I would encourage you to support this and to support our community and support the growth in Midtown. Thank you.
Joe, thanks for coming down. All right. Steve Mason.
Good morning. My name is Steve Mason, and I live at 824 Northwest 8th, which is adjacent to the Midtown bid that's been proposed and adjacent to Red Andrews Park. I also own and remodeled 10 buildings both in Albeville Alley and the proposed Midtown bid district, which now includes 17 tenants of retail and office. I'm also a bid board member. I'd ask that you guys would vote in support of renewing the bid. We have a magical urban core, as Richard spoke about, and a lot of that's due somewhat to this, Jane Jenkins and her staff at DOKC Inc. With Project 180 coming online, they're going to maintain it for us. We have cleaner streets, we have downtown in December, we have downtown ambassadors, and they promote downtown. So they're critical to this continued success that we're having. As far as including Midtown in the new bid, I support that. I live a block from the park, and I eat and shop in Midtown, and it's important that we have a cohesive marketing plan and promotion plan as we keep improving our urban core. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Asia Highsmith.
Good morning. I'm probably small potatoes compared to most people that you'll hear from today. I'm not a property owner. I am just a rent payer. I have an apartment within the bid district, but I am, I guess, full disclosure, a member of the Midtown Association. I understand that I'm like squarely within the demographic that I think really, Midtown caters to in a lot of ways. Like I said, I rent there, I live there, I work within biking distance. So I enjoy a lot of what Midtown has done for OKC. And I'm here in support of the bid because I think I see, along with a lot of my peers, the opportunity to continue to support with really what I have full expectations to be passed down in rent monies to me, our ability to continue to support Midtown through the bid, through the improvements. I guess tangentially, I am also professionally involved as an architect and planner with the City of Oklahoma City, and I know, frankly, the limitations of the municipal government to enact small incremental district improvements. And I think this is a tool that gives the Midtown District the ability to really, I guess, take responsibility for itself and to give itself, I guess, really to move from being a good district to a great district. So again, I'm here in support of the Midtown bid, and I hope you guys approve it today.
Thanks, Asia. Chuck Wiggin.
I'm a member of the Downtown Bid Board, and I'm here to support the budget for the next year, and also to say that the expansion into Midtown, I think, is a very important next step. It reflects the continued interest in commercial neighborhoods around downtown to participate in self-improvement. I think this is a very important phenomenon. It has worked extremely well in the existing bid area, and I think it will work very well for Midtown.
All right. Chuck, thank you. All right. Council, have any comments or questions for anyone that's come forward?
I have a question concerning the boundaries.
Who's your question to?
Well, whomever could address it as to how it was determined, and in particular, if we... I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, well, I'm trying to get the right person up. Why don't we bring up someone from city staff? Jane, you want to come up? All right, but go ahead and address your question to Jane.
The area north of Northwest 10th Street, in between, well, why doesn't it extend all the way over to Broadway, for example? If you look at it, it cuts back.
Because that's technically Automobile Alley. Automobile Alley is Broadway all the way up to 13th Street.
Well, why isn't it highlighted?
Can I go show you another slide?
Yes.
Excuse me.
There's another slide that will show the districts that we've identified boundaries for downtown. And I think that's it. Thank you. That not all of downtown OKC is in the Business Improvement District, Councilman. Just parts of downtown OKC, they have to be contiguous. For example, the Boathouse is considered to be part of downtown Oklahoma City's area, but it's not in the bid. Neither is the OU Health Center, neither is the Court Shore Planning Area. And this sort of shows you, as it stands right now, what is the area that we consider downtown Oklahoma City. And the red line, if you can see it on your screen there, is the current boundary of the bid. What we were proposing is to include, that's why you see the green is Automobile Alley. Those properties are not currently in the Business Improvement District. That largely had to do with the fact of the vacant land on the east side of Broadway there with the park and what is now going to become the Oklahoma Contemporary. However, at some point in the next several years, there will probably be a proposal to annex that land into the bid now that we have a business or some development that's going to be over there on that side.
Okay, I understand that. And this map looks easier to follow, meaning that the lines are, you don't have areas extending out and then coming back in. So let's go on the west side. The most recent map, I guess, now extends
Go back to the other map, sorry.
10th Street over to Classen. But just for about a block.
You can just go there, Regina, on the, no, I'm sorry. Right, slide 4, thank you. These were the original boundaries, Councilman Greenwell, that we presented to you when we talked to you about the bid first on the 16th of June. The panhandle that you see from Francis to Classen was eliminated. The council asked us, as a result of that meeting and our presentation, to go back and take a look at the boundaries, because we did have some folks here that had concerns about being included in the boundaries. With our review of the boundaries there, that was the only part that we actually drew out of the boundaries of Midtown. The other stuff that's over there north of 10th around Chartel, again, for the same reason, is it's underdeveloped at this particular point. And then south of there, you get into what we call the Cottage District, which is technically part of Midtown, but is sort of a sub-district within Midtown that is residential, and we did not want to include that at this time, largely because when we don't have, when we have land that's under development or being developed, we can't provide the level of service to that area. It's the same reason why the north part of Automobile Alley isn't in there, and it's the same reason that we did not include Midtown as part of the Business Improvement District when we renewed the bid in 2010, because Midtown at that point had not yet developed enough for us to be able to draw a contiguous boundary to include the properties to get to be able to offer service. And so there is some decisions there.
For example, so the area immediately east of the Red Andrews Park is predominantly residential, and that's why it's being excluded?
Yes. Yes, the school and the residential part that we consider to be part of the Cottage District. However, we included Red Andrews Park because there's proposals being done to improve Red Andrews Park, and the folks in Midtown, including the residents in the Cottage District, would like to have the bid available to help with maintenance of that park once that park is completed.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council?
I do.
Yeah.
So, let's see.
Who are you wanting to ask the question?
Just staff.
Okay.
I need to remember, the streetcar line goes Dewey, and then I apologize, but it's 11th and 9th, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, 11th 11th and 10th on Dewey. Okay, so one question, I mean, I do have concerns about some of the legal issues that Ms. Manchester brought up, and I'd like to, I guess, hear some response to that from staff. The second is that, you know, the taxpayers of Oklahoma City are going to invest more than $100 million doing something that in every single city that's been done in America is going to wildly inflate the property values of every property on certain streets and not on other streets. That's the street on the streetcar. That's, to me, the primary purpose of a streetcar is to wildly inflate the property values and encourage increased density along the streetcar line. So I guess I would ask that basically everybody that's within walking distance of the streetcar line maybe keep that in consideration, that your property values are getting ready to wildly increase because of basically an investment by the Oklahoma City taxpayers. But second, I would ask, has any thought been given in terms of the assessment in this bid to those properties that are along the streetcar line, which has been done in other cities? They may measure it by the amount of frontage on the streetcar line or the amount of square footage. Is anybody thinking about this? Is this involved in the deliberation that what properties along the streetcar line may pay into the bid versus those that are further away from the streetcar line? Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman. And yes, the answer to that is yes. We have thought about, you know, a bid for streetcar properties. We're kind of far along away from that, and during probably that time, we will renew bid 3, the third generation of the bid, with a 10-year term, and it's probably going to be at that time that we will, you know, add properties, look at different assessments, you know, add layers if there needs to be one for streetcar maintenance. You know, that's kind of what we did in bid 2 when we did the second generation of the bid. We had to make some estimates and adjustments for the maintenance of Project 180 that had not been in the first business improvement district for maintenance of that, assessing the property owners in groups there. So I can tell you that it's not imminent at this point, but it is certainly on our radar screen to take a look at as the bid develops and matures, and more amenities, if you will, such as that may come in that are public, you know, public amenities like the streetcar. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ed, excuse me, Your Honor.
Yeah, sure.
It's just an important point that you bring up, and especially if we look upon that for maintenance of the streetcar, I think certainly that issue needs to really be focused on in much greater detail as we get further along in the process of the construction, because it just makes sense. Those property owners certainly benefit from that investment, and they should be willing to contribute towards the maintenance of that streetcar facility. Thank you.
And Ed, there has been a lawsuit filed on this case.
There's 2 lawsuits.
Okay. Well, I don't want to try the lawsuit here. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, would it be possible for me to provide some information that relates to the question that Councilman Greenwell
Is that okay with you?
raised? And if I could, I would like to ask to have the exhibit that shows both the downtown bid boundary and the proposed annexation area put back up.
Kelly, they have it in front of them. They have a paper copy.
Well, it's the one that just shows the boundaries of the downtown bid and then the boundaries of the proposed annexation area. Well, it was up just a few minutes ago before Ms. Jenkins got up. Yeah, thank you. There you see the boundaries up at the top of the proposed annexation area, and then the area to the south and east there shows the boundaries of the existing downtown business improvement district. And part of what the council is being asked to determine is what are the boundaries of this area that is proposed to be annexed into the district. That is the council's determination to make. What has been proposed by Downtown OKC and by the Midtown Association does favor certain property owners by excluding them from being included within the annexation area. And in particular, as Councilman Greenwell asked the question, the properties that are north of 10th Street there along the west side of Broadway have been specifically excluded from the annexation area and excluded from the bid. So the areas that are on the businesses there that are along the west side of Broadway, which includes the convenience store that's right there at the corner of Broadway Circle and Broadway on the west side. It includes the Mercedes-Benz dealership, the Jaguar Volvo dealership, and all of the properties along the east side of Broadway, north of the alley there, north of 10th Street, have been excluded. They're not going to be part of the bid. And we would submit that there's no valid reason to leave out these commercial businesses that front along Broadway and include these professional offices that front on Northwest 13th Street. It's arbitrary. There's no rational reason to favor those property owners and to penalize us just because we happen to be a fine line along Northwest 13th Street that somebody has arbitrarily determined the boundary to be.
All right. Kelly, I think you made the point.
Thank you.
Do you know, who are those property owners? Do you know who those property owners are?
I do.
Who are they?
Well, the Jaguar dealership is identified, that property is identified as Jaguar Volvo of Oklahoma City. The Mercedes dealership is identified as Mercedes-Benz of Oklahoma City. Rico LLC is the owner of the Mercedes used car lot. Rico LLC is the owner of the Mercedes pre-owned car lot. DeLisi Brothers property, of course, east of Broadway, is one of the owners there. There's Saxon Public Relations, and of course the Kirkpatrick Family Fund owns the property where the proposed Contemporary Art Museum is to be located. There are a couple of LLCs. There is a Midtown 1101 Broadway LLC that owns vacant land. Mr. Muhammad owns the convenience store property. There's a company, Crow Investment Company, that owns the property just on the east side of Broadway, just north of the alley on 10th, or north of the alley that's just north of 10th Street. KSS Investments LLC is one of the owners of property along the east side of Broadway. Mass Architects, and there are a couple of other LLCs. Midtown Broadway LLC. So those are the owners of those properties that are on both sides of Broadway, north of the alley that's north of 10th Street up to 13th Street.
Thank you. And at least one of those entities, the city's in negotiations right now with on the convention center land.
That is correct. That would be Rico.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council?
I have one. I have some concern that it seems like the argument breaks down into two pieces. There are those that support this that tend to make a living off of increased property values, the development community. They all like it because they see this as an opportunity to make more money on their investment. But the other side of it is people that are in another kind of business. And it seems to me that we ought to have some way to recognize those two things. I'm not against bids generally, but I have a concern that you support development on one hand, and you oppose people that will not benefit in any way that I can see, except when they get ready to retire or die, their property will be worth more money. And I think there's just a whole different view of how, of the value of these kind of things in that regard.
If I could just make one comment, and that's, like I was
Make it
saying,
brief.
that the downtown bid, they have different categories. Residential properties only are paid on the assessed value versus the square front footage, or they're not paying for marketing. So different properties could be assessed differently, but they haven't even chosen to do that. This is mechanical. Everyone is assessed the same except the street area around the circles, and they get an extra multiplier. But everyone else is assessed the same, whether marketing helps them, whether they're professional. Our businesses, we don't need customers. We have our customers. They come to us because of who we are, not where we are. Most of my business comes from the federal government. I'm a bankruptcy trustee. They give me my cases. They don't give me my cases because I'm in Midtown. So marketing, certain things are not going to help.
As far as I'm concerned, you're preaching to the choir. That's exactly what I was, the
That's what I'm
point I
trying
was
to say.
making.
But we could do it differently, like the downtown bid did.
Right.
And certain ones could be assessed for certain things.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, I plan not to vote for that reason. I believe that there should be differences because there are differences in the, I'm not sure there's a way that makes sense geographically to exclude people just based on what kind of business they have, but certainly there's a method that could be applied to make it equitable between the businesses. Because there's no question, we just had this whole avalanche of people that make money by property values going up. They're all in favor of it, and there's nothing wrong with making money. That's good. But I think we ought to share that burden more fairly, in my opinion.
Councilman White and Ms. Manchester, there is no distinction of how downtown properties are assessed versus what we're proposing in Midtown. We already have one of the top 3 most complicated formulas for a business improvement district in the country. It really is. It was created that way, and it was designed that way so that the various districts that encompass downtown could choose projects that work for them, so that the folks in Midtown don't have to pay to maintain the Bricktown Canal, you know, and so the folks that are in Film Row aren't maintaining the streetscape on Automobile Alley. So our bid was set up that way. The one distinction that we do make is for owner-occupied residential, there is a different type of assessment. Other than that, service, retail, restaurant, any other type of business is based on a formula that includes assessed value and frontage, and it is the same for everyone. The extra assessment that Ms. Manchester is referring to on the circle is because that's the area we've targeted for street-level maintenance, where the bid will take over maintaining the landscaping in the traffic circles that are there. It's very similar to what we have on Broadway, similar to what we have in Project 180, and so there is no difference or distinction, that's there. We're trying to create a place here, and and a place is planning and management of an area. We want Midtown to be, a distinctive place, and we do that through any number of things. And the idea that we create an identity and a brand benefits everyone within the boundaries of the district, regardless of the type of businesses that they have.
Thanks, Jane. Kelly, hold on. Has council heard enough? Kelly, if the council didn't ask for more information, I've got to call a halt to this at some point. Otherwise, we're just going to have this back and forth, and we're never going to get the rest of these people home by dinner.
If I could just have 1 minute just to correct something that Ms. Jenkins said. This is our one public hearing, Mr. Mayor, that the statute...
All right, Kelly, you got 1 minute, and I don't want to see you back up here, okay? This is the third or fourth time you've tried to interject, and we've got a room full of people who have opinions on this issue. Your opinion does not matter more than theirs.
I understand.
All right, 1 minute.
I appreciate that. There is a difference in how the assessment is calculated for tax-exempt properties. So properties, Ms. Jenkins referred to that the formula includes assessed value. Well, these entities such as St. Anthony's and such as OCU Law School that are tax-exempt, well, the formula is 0 for them because they're being assessed only on their frontage. They have 0 assessed value. So we as for-profit entities have an assessed value. So my only point is there are distinctions that are being made within the district, just to be clear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it.
Respectfully, Kelly, parts of St. Anthony's are LLCs, and so is the law school.
Excuse me, are we going to let her talk again? You just chastised Kelly for representing his clients, and he's done a good job of it. A lot of you don't agree with it, but he's done a good job. But if everybody gets to talk, that's what a public hearing is about. I mean, we're just going to keep this up? If we are, it's fine with me, but we can't just single out one person and shut them down and not shut everybody else down.
I'm not interrupting you. I didn't interrupt her.
Yeah.
Are we ready to vote? Anybody have any more questions or comments? Yes, this is the public hearing, and then the ordinance is the final hearing today. All right? All right, is there a motion on item 9E? Is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. We're voting on item 9E. Cast your votes. And the motion passes 4-3. 5-3. All right. Now we need a motion on item 9F. Is there a second? All right.
Are we voting on that substitute ordinance that I provided to you?
That's what we're going to do now. We need a motion on the amendment
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
and then the ordinance.
All right. So we need a motion on the amendments on 9F. Is there a motion on the amendments on 9F? All right. We're voting on the amendments, and it passes 6-2. And then is there a motion on item 9F? All right, cast your votes. And it passes 6-2 as well. All right, we're on to item 9G, and this is a public hearing regarding the annual renewal of the Stockyards bid. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under item 9G? Yeah, go ahead. All right. All right, is there a motion then from the council on item 9G? Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. And item 9H is the ordinance, and this is the annual renewal of the Stockyards bid. Is there a motion? Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 9I is a public hearing today. This is a resolution that deals with our hotels and our motels, and this item has been introduced to council. Is there anyone here hoping to speak on item 9I? All right, how about a motion? Is there a second? Second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9J is an item being introduced to council today. And is Aubrey going to do this for us? All right.
Yes, sir. She's trying to get into the room right now.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am going to speak about a process that we've been working on for several years now to create some criteria for our design review committees and commissions to use when evaluating proposed demolitions. Lisa, it is just minimized under the PowerPoints. There we go. Through the course of time, we try to improve and revise our ordinances that we use in the design review process to try to keep up with deficiencies that we discover as we're working with the ordinances. This is one of those areas in the ordinance that had very minimal guidelines and standards, and as design review committees were presented with proposed demolitions, they felt like they didn't have enough to go on to make those decisions. So we've been working with the Design Review Committee members, we've been working with members of the development sector and preservation advocates to come up with something that everybody agrees would be a helpful tool. So this would apply to all of our design review districts except for historic preservation districts, which have their own set of guidelines and standards to review demolitions by. So it would apply with Bricktown, Downtown, Stockyards, scenic river, and urban design districts. The process for design review is that we issue certificates of approval for proposed development. This includes applications for demolitions. This is a discretionary review process, meaning that there are guidelines which have to be interpreted and decided upon in a democratic process. Our ordinances govern this process, and they give guidelines for consideration to be used by these design review committees, which are composed of different professionals from different areas. Most of them have backgrounds in development, architecture, planning, historic preservation, those types of things. So the ordinances contain a purpose and intent statement, which is an overarching statement. They include regulations, which are things people have to adhere to, the musts, and then they include guidelines or criteria, which is things that they recommend you should do. And within our current design review districts, what we have right now to interpret proposed demolitions by are very broad guidelines. So in Bricktown, it references things that have historic significance, and that if there is no reasonable economic alternative to that building, it should not be demolished. Purpose and intent in urban design is the only place that anybody can reference any guidance about considering proposed demolitions, kind of the same type of reference, encouraging preservation of historic buildings and rehabilitation of those existing buildings. In the next district would be Scenic River, has a broad intent statement talking about buildings being rehabilitated if they're significant to the history of our nation, city, or state. And in Stockyards, another guideline about no reasonable economic alternative. In downtown, a couple of references come into play to preserve and restore historic resources and rehabilitate existing buildings and retain them in their place. So with that direction to the design review committees, applicants will come to the design review process bringing a whole bunch of information to consider. We provide a staff report doing an analysis of the proposed demolition to give information. However, when a design review committee is presented with all of this information, if an application is ever appealed based on their decision, there's no content within the ordinance that can back up their decision based on, because those guidelines are so broad in their purpose and intent. So what we've developed is something that they can use and something that people understand when they come in to propose the demolition of a building. There are responsibilities of the applicant and responsibilities of the staff in providing as much information as they can to the committee or commission. So we've expanded our purpose and intent statements. We have left the general intent in place that we would like to preserve and restore historic buildings. We have also added additional criteria for consideration, and we have included a provision for design review committees to seek advice from an ad hoc committee, which is an economic review board, if an applicant wants to try to make a case that there's no economic feasibility of rehabilitation. This is put in place in the historic preservation districts already. They very rarely have used that, but it is at their disposal as a tool. The design review committee commissions and members typically don't have the type of expertise that one might have when looking at a project based on economic factors. That's why they have this ability to call on them for a non-binding recommendation. So of the different things that we've added, the criteria that we've added, these are 5 different types of factors that can be presented by the applicant and be evaluated by staff in a proposed demolition, and I'll walk you through those. The first is that we want to make sure that we consider how the removal of that structure is going to affect the design, form, and urban character of a district, and if it's going to have an adverse impact on the district. The second is significance of the building. We have definitions in the code that define historic resource or architectural resource so that we can make sure that we are talking about buildings that have significance according to those definitions. Our staff offers recommendations about significance, and we do that because we have information from historic and architectural surveys. We have archival information, maps, National Register documentation, and we do a lot of research on cases to provide information about significance to the committees. The third one is structural integrity. This is something that a lot of applicants bring forward to propose the demolition of a building. This is not a building that has been determined to be so far gone that it's considered dilapidated and declared so by City Council, but this would be a building that could be anywhere from really structurally unsound to up to the point where it could be determined dilapidated. In that case, if an applicant wants to argue structural integrity for the reason of the demolition, they have to provide certain things. So we've established burdens of proof for the applicants to bring forward, a signed stamped analysis from a licensed professional engineer, and a scope of work that that professional engineer has reviewed and that has been evaluated that would be necessary to repair the deficiencies of that structure. The fourth is the economic feasibility, which I mentioned before, that there's a determination there is no other viable economic use of the structure, and the applicant must submit a burden of proof with a whole bunch of cost analyses and financial information about what it would take to rehabilitate the structure and bring it into something that would generate a profit. So we have listed all the things that they might bring forward to make this case, and then if you'll click one more time, again, committees and commissions can call for a non-binding recommendation to send that to an economic review board to evaluate it. And the last is an accompanying proposal for replacement. This is something that design review committees have been interested in and asked for, but were not able to factor into a decision about a proposed demolition. The way that the process worked before is they had to consider the proposal of demolition completely independently from a follow-up proposal for something the developer may be preparing. In many cases, they want to know what the benefit would be to the loss that might be experienced if they demolish a building. So if they can determine that the proposed development is going to be in better keeping with the urban form and character, the plans that we have adopted, the overall contribution outweighs that loss, this is one of the factors that they could consider. None of these factors have weights assigned to them within the ordinance because it is discretionary and because every situation is unique. So design review committees can give more clout or more emphasis to one or three or all five and weigh these as they see fit in making those decisions. The process that we've undergone is we've been working on it for several years. We have gone through all of the design review commissions and committees and have gained their undivided support for getting this tool in place. So we are here introducing it to State Council to answer any questions you might have and are hoping that we might be able to move it forward to set for public hearing October 13th and again on October 27th.
Okay, item being introduced today, second hearing in 2 weeks, then a final hearing in 4 weeks. Any questions today, and invite people? Is the second hearing, is that the public?
Yes,
Yeah, so
2 public hearings.
We would request people who have an opinion on this that want to be heard to come back in 2 weeks.
I do have a question. So we're coming to the end of it. If you start with the Sand Ridge demolitions of India Temple and other things, we're coming to the end of a period in which there's been more demolitions of historic structures downtown than probably any time since the pay plan. And you could argue that, well, we're doing things on that land, but we're wiping out 70 acres of building for a park, the Stage Center, the last constellation of an intact city block for the 499 Sheridan, the India Temple, all these demolitions. And I guess it's unfortunate that we're now having an ordinance to address demolitions only immediately after all these historic structures have been demolished. And that's sad to me. And I wish that the Downtown Design Review Committee would have had these resources. I think it would have changed at least the process. The Planning Commission, my understanding is their objection was on the economic feasibility analysis. And if you can just walk through how that process would work, because in my observation, what's happening in Oklahoma City is that large corporations are selecting a front man who then comes in, whose only purpose is to take attention off the corporation, pay wildly inflated prices for the land and the property, get through the demolition process, and then as soon as the demolition of the historic structure is gone, then that individual is gone and never to be heard from. Nick Preftakes on 49 Sheridan and G. Rainey Williams on the Stage Center site would be two excellent examples. But what do you do when somebody pays such wildly inflated prices for the land and the property that then you shift the equation to where it couldn't be economically viable because they paid so much for the land? They paid much more than the comps, much more than any appraisal would dictate, And they do that so that they tilt the equation towards demolition, and no analysis is going to produce something where they could put something else in there in an economically viable fashion.
The process in the past has been to have a committee that's appointed by the city manager that's composed of people that are independent, that have no financial interest in the property, is not an employee, a property owner, a city employee, not a member of the design review committee, is not compensated. So what we talked about with the Planning Commission is that that list of individuals is vetted, that there are recommendations that the design review committees can make for people who could be placed on an ad hoc list of people who could be pulled to serve on the Economic Review Board. So the intent is that there is a very neutral set of parties who have been properly vetted and that meet these qualifications to review those proposals independently. That's how it's set up to function.
Well, we have a busy agenda. Maybe we can revisit that in 2 weeks at the public hearing.
Okay. I have just one question also. It has to do with the selection of stockyards in the downtown area, as opposed to including some of the other areas. Capitol Hill, for instance, has probably as many structures that are not in immediate threat of demolition, but there are lots of viable structures along 24th Street, especially in that 3-block area there. Was there any thought given to expanding this? Demolition hasn't been a problem there, although our one building was torn down and another was demolished by fire, I think. But demolition hadn't been a big problem because the development interest hasn't been there to do it. But was there any thought given to putting 25th Street on that list? And actually in 23rd Street also.
The stockyards, can I talk about stockyards first? Stockyards area has buildings that have been already identified as being historically significant. Right. So they already knew that that was going to be a factor that was validated. And right. So they took that criteria out of the criteria that could be considered. They already understand that those buildings are either listed on the National Register or have been identified as historic resources. So they're giving a little bit higher set of expectations for retaining those buildings in that district. Then the rest of the district boundaries just apply to our design review district boundaries. So any areas that we would want to include this criteria to, we would have to expand the design review boundaries to include additional land.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions for Aubrey? All right, Aubrey, thanks for your work on this. Please pass along our compliments to the staff, and we'll resume this discussion in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks.
Okay. Is there a motion then to move this forward on item 9J?
Move it.
Second. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 9K is also an ordinance that's being introduced today, and this comes from our Parks Department, and it considers horseback riding out at Crystal Lake. Doug?
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Doug Cupper, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services. It's been brought to our attention that we're a horse community. We have the largest number of horse shows any place in the world, basically, and our river corridor is inaccessible to horseback riding. We also want to make sure that we have an opportunity to expand our partners' capabilities of exposing our youth to activities that are historically important to Oklahoma and Oklahoma City. Crystal Lake and the City Care folks have been doing a dynamic job of exposing our children to new activities that they might not have access to from their own homes. They teach them how to camp. They are teaching them how to fish. They are teaching them archery activities. One of the things that they were wanting to explore is the ability to expose our inner city kids, any kids, to the horseback riding activities. When we looked into it, we found that only city employees can ride horses or drive horses or cattle on our river property. So what we're proposing to you today is making that available, changing the ordinance, making it by permit only through the River Trust and the Parks Department to make horseback riding accessible on the river property. Crystal Lake through City Care would like to do this almost immediately, and we will do this case by case going forward.
Okay, and it is by permit.
That is correct.
So, okay.
And this is just to introduce a public hearing in 2 weeks.
It's an important aspect of that. Okay, so introduced today, a public hearing will be set for October 13th. Pete?
Move the introduction.
All right, we're voting on item 9K, and it passes unanimously. Item 9L is a public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under 9L? All right, cast your votes, and it passes unanimously. Item 9M is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under 9M? All right, how about a motion here? Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 9N is a public hearing regarding abandoned buildings. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under 9N? All right, a motion? Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 9O is a public hearing on the budget amendment. This item was introduced to council a couple of weeks back as a series of changes to our budget. Is there anyone here from the general public that has hoped to speak on item 9O today? All right. Any comments or questions from council before we vote? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 9P deals with TIF 9. Kathy O is here. Do you have a presentation, Kathy, or are you just here to answer questions?
I have a presentation, but we can just answer questions. We can do it either way you want.
Let's do the presentation.
Okay. We have a presentation this morning on the item that's on your agenda is a policy guide that we have prepared for the Northeast Renaissance TIF District number 9. If you recall, this TIF district was approved by City Council earlier this year, and we felt that it was really important for us to develop a written policy to be adopted by the City Council to help us clearly communicate to interested developers and the community about what the expectations were about TIF and how it would be deployed in this TIF district. So today we're going to go through kind of an overview of TIF. The different parts of the policy include that we will use tax increment financing for real estate projects that generate increment, for real estate projects that don't generate increment, for physical improvement projects, both public physical improvement projects and private, and talk a little bit about the sales tax calculation formula, because this TIF district does include a sales tax increment component. First of all, just to remind you of the budget that was adopted with this project plan is $45 million. A great deal of that is allocated towards retail and commercial development projects at $22,500,000. There's a component for residential development at $7,750,000. We see that mostly focused on multifamily development, although there is the opportunity to use that for single family. Public improvements at $12 million, and then other public developments at $2,750,000. And that other public developments category is the category where if the other taxing jurisdictions eventually, if we generate enough increment, if the other taxing jurisdictions would like to fund some projects, we would have a budget allocation available to do that. This is just a slide to remind you of the boundary of TIF 9. This is the increment boundary, so this is where we will be capturing the increment from projects and growth in property taxes in the future. As a reminder, this TIF district is really focused on the commercial corridors in Northeast Oklahoma City, most notably Northeast 23rd Street, the area around I-35, and then up along Kelly to Northeast 36th, and a little bit north of 36th along Kelly. The core purpose of this TIF district is to stimulate investment in commercial property along the primary corridors I just mentioned. It's to leverage new and enhanced retail and shopping opportunities, to assist in high-quality multifamily housing development, and to upgrade infrastructure in targeted corridors. And again, there's 3 types of projects that we focused on: those that generate increment and those that don't, and then physical improvement projects. I want to say that this TIF district is a little bit different than some of, or maybe not some of the other ones we have, but that the area is so economically distressed that we really felt it was important that we put some money in for, that we try to generate as much increment as we can early on. I mean, one of the core objectives is to generate increment so that then in the future we might have money for these non-increment generating projects that could help the community. So and that's something that the community has been very interested in. We've had a lot of community involvement and engagement in this process, and it's something that they've expressed back to us that they would like money to help support nonprofit development, schools, VOTEC training, those kinds of things in the future. So first of all, when we talk about increment generating projects, these are the most typical TIF projects that we deal with. These are projects taken on by private developers that generate an increase in ad valorem taxes that is then captured as the increment. The assistance will be based on a combination of financial need. Each project will be evaluated individually about whether or not it needs the assistance in order to be successful, and the impact to the larger community within this area. The assistance will be provided in one of 3 ways, with the primary method being the installment incentive. So what we plan to do is once the project is completed and they are generating increment, we will make a payment to that developer over time. The plan is that we will avoid borrowing money for these private projects in order to provide the increment. We won't have a line of credit or issue bonds like we have done in some of our other TIF districts, but that we will pay out the funds over time. The policy also provides, though, for the provision of a gap incentive, which means that we would provide a one-time payment once the project is completed again, once they're generating increment, but it would be a one-time allotment that in some cases we may have to have the ability to consider borrowing money in order to do that. That's not our primary objective. It is not something we would like to do, but we have to see how these projects are going to unfold and how much interest there is from the development community. We also would be able to do interest-bearing loans, which we have begun to do in the downtown TIF district some. So that's an option for the future once there's increment available to make a loan. The gap incentive in the loans, again, this is on the slide, but the gap incentives in the loans are not feasible until adequate increment is generated. And we have to remember this is a brand new TIF district. It has no increment right now, and unless we begin to see growth in assessed values, it will not have increment. Some of our TIF districts have never generated any increment, so it is a little bit of a risk we have. The assistance guidelines on property tax allocations, these are the TIF that's generated through property tax. 15 years will be the maximum threshold. It will be allocated to projects, and this is always the case with TIF, is that the projects are difficult, but they're made possible through the TIF allocation. The eligible amounts are supported by the projected incremental taxes. So we don't allocate more money to a project than what it's going to generate. In fact, we only look at a 15-year time horizon typically when we look at these, not the full 25-year that we have available with this TIF district. On sales taxes, again, this TIF district does have the ability to allocate sales tax increments to projects. The installment method is the only way to receive assistance when sales tax assistance will be provided. The projects must exceed 25,000 square feet in order to be eligible. Multipliers of 50% and 30% are going to be used to account for really what we call it sales tax recycling. But one of the things that we have to be we're very cognizant of when we talk about sales tax increment is that that typically, unless it's a large regional, new-to-market retailer, a lot of the sales taxes that are being generated or that development will generate are probably being paid somewhere else in the community right now. So although we acknowledge that that's definitely a possibility with this TIF, the way that we tried to adjust for that was on retail projects, we would only allocate 50% of the 2% general fund on major anchor retailers and only 30% on the smaller inline retailers, so that we're not capturing 100% of the sales tax revenue and making sure that there's a portion of the sales tax revenues from these projects that still goes to the city's general fund to support the general fund budget. Again, on these projects, the 10 years of increment of allocation to a project is the maximum. For catalyst projects, we may consider going to 15 years. And again, the developer is at risk. We're only going to pay the sales tax revenues that are generated by the project. If the project doesn't generate any sales tax revenues, the developer won't receive any back, and there'll be a cap on it on a year-to-year basis and an overall cap for the 10-year incentive payment period. On the third type of project, again, these projects are, we probably won't have any money for these types of projects for many years, but we did want to set aside some funding for nonprofit and governmental entities that might have the need to develop projects, and these could include, again, as I mentioned, schools, health clinics, nursing homes, daycare facilities, halfway houses and shelters, community centers, employment offices. But again, there's no guarantee on when this funding will be available, and I imagine it'll take us about 10 years to really have adequate funds to do anything of great consequence in this category. And the fourth kind of project are physical improvement projects, and these are projects that take place in the city's right-of-way or on private property. The public projects, again, could be streets, streetscapes, utility improvements, stormwater drainage, those kinds of projects that help make development happen. The private projects are business and site improvements on private property and include things like new entrance doors and windows, window treatments on the exterior, parking lot improvements, ADA improvements, bike racks, things that are physical improvement projects that may not be as substantial as maybe some of the other projects that we've seen in some of our other TIF districts. But we do have a lot of existing buildings in this TIF district that could really use some help to be redeveloped and made of higher economic use than what they're being used for right now. And this was our way to try to address that in the policy. Finally, the last thing I wanted to get into a little bit more, or just touch on again, is the sales tax formula. When we go to calculate the sales tax, we start out with looking at 100% of the 2% of the non-dedicated sales taxes that are available in Oklahoma City. A portion of that will be provided back to the developer, and again, we use that 50% and 30% discounting to make sure that we are trying to capture as much as possible the new to Oklahoma City sales tax revenues that these projects will generate. We believe that because of the lack of retail in this community, people that live there are shopping outside of Oklahoma City to a large degree. So we really hope by some of the retail developments that we have in the future, we can increase general fund sales tax revenues and have revenues available through the TIF district. Go to the last slide. Just as one final point and as a reminder, on this TIF district, just like with the downtown TIF district, each of these projects will go to the TIF review committee, and then they will come to City Council for approval and allocation of TIF. So this is not the last time you're going to hear us talk about TIF 9. Obviously, we have a project that the TIF review committee has already approved an allocation for. So those projects will be coming back to you for your review and consideration. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right, Pete?
How soon would you estimate it's going to be before we have any kind of an ability to read this TIF as a success? The reason I ask that is because this is, to me, this is really an outside-the-box opportunity here. This is not what we've done in the past. I mean, this is a major divergence from it, and it's a very positive one, I think. I've every hope that it works, but I'm interested in what you think, and I know you don't have a crystal ball, but how long do you think it would be before we start to, is that just something that we can't speculate on?
I would even hate to speculate, but I would, it will be more than 10 years. It will be a very long time. I mean, it's just, there's a lot to overcome.
I can take that off the things I need to worry about then. But I think this TIF is so interesting and so important to us because it takes this idea that you can stimulate economic development other than downtown and other than where you have these big high-dollar developments just standing in line waiting for us to open it up. So I'm very excited about the possibility of this working. And I would urge you to, any kind of feedback that you have as time goes on to, I have a little while left, so in that short window that I have to think about it, I would appreciate any kind of feedback about it, because I do think this is a game changer, in my opinion, for how TIFs are used. This is not for somebody that's already coming in one way or another. I don't want to get into that argument.
We really do hope to provide support to a lot of small businesses in the area, a lot of people that have owned their property for a very long time but haven't had the resources to redo it or, re-energize it. I'm pretty excited about it, but I know that these projects take a very long time and you have to be very patient.
Well, there are some other areas that if we start to feel comfortable about this, that I think we could address the same way. I think the possibility of doing it on I-240 or doing something similar to this on 240 is a good idea. It could work. It could work on 25th Street but I think it's good to experiment with this one.
And I think that's what we were really thinking of when we developed it this way and looked at the policy guide as well, is that this is a model that we can possibly use in other parts of Oklahoma City if there's, the support to do that and the interest.
All right. So just to the point about helping smaller business owners, the 25,000 square foot threshold, how do we arrive at that?
That's really on retail only. So on ad valorem projects, they could be smaller than 25,000 square feet. But on retail, because of our sensitivity about the impact of retail projects on the city's general fund, we felt that it was important to really focus on larger retail projects that have more of a significant impact on the community.
All right.
It was a number we picked, somewhat arbitrary, but if it's a policy decision, if you want to change it, you can.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to say thank you to the Alliance, Kathy O'Connor, and also Michael Owens from city staff, Wiley, Brent, and Ann, and you will be greatly missed. Staff has put in a lot of work to get what you see in front of you. Tonight we will be hosting the Ward 7 Economic Development Town Hall, where we will be talking about TIF District number 9, and also several presentations will be given on the different developments that we are working on for us in the Northeast Renaissance. And that town hall will be tonight at 6:30 p.m. at the Greater Mount Olive Missionary Baptist Church. Again, we will start at 6:30 and we will end at 8 o'clock p.m. So I do want to encourage everyone, if you are interested in what's happening in Northeast Oklahoma City, please come out to the town hall meeting on tonight.
All right. You ready to vote on 9P? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. And then 9Q is a similar item on the same issue. All right, cast your votes. And it passes unanimously. Item 9R is a resolution that would approve an allocation of TIF 9 funds. Are we expecting a presentation on this?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we are. We've got some issues with the legal description or address in the documents, so the actual item needs to be deferred until 2 weeks, or you want to strike the item? Okay.
Okay, well, Rick Brown is here today. Why don't we have Rick go ahead and explain his concept, and then we'll strike the item and actually vote on it in 2 weeks.
Thank you. I'm Rick Brown with RBA Architects, and my address is 14918 Hertz Quail Springs Parkway in Oklahoma City. I'll try to be brief. The project is a part of the Northeast Renaissance TIF, and it's the Northeast Plaza Shopping Center at Northeast 36th and Lottie, just east of Kelly. It's part of a larger couple of shopping centers and land that my client owns in that area, and this is the first phase of what we hope will ultimately result in all of those properties being restored and renovated. This is a 96,000 square foot retail and neighborhood service center. It was built in 1961 and was originally the home of a number of retailers, grocery stores, a cafeteria, drugstore, and was a fairly energetic and vibrant place on the northeast side of the city. The concept that my client had, and that's a photograph of the existing center and its existing condition, which, you know, we know it was built in 1961. It's lost all of its retail tenant base, and now all of the tenants are not, there are some churches and a couple of retail and food establishment service occupants, but for the most part, it's not the tenant mix that we want. But we understand that to get that tenant mix and restore it to a vibrant retail place, that there's a large expense associated with that, and some design parameters that we've gone through the TIF and the review process with the Alliance and with the city, and we've gotten to the point that we're here to ask for the approval of our TIF allocation. So if we could go to the next slide that shows the site plan, you can see in the bottom right corner, that's the part that we envision as the first part of the allocation, which would be the 96,000 square feet of retail with a grocery store that we're working with currently that would occupy 25,000 square feet. You know, we all know that there's a distinct need for all retail goods and services, including a grocery store and indeed other retail services in that area. So, you know, our marketing plan is such that we're working with a number of national retailers. We're also working with a lot of local establishments, and hope to create a shopping center that provides things like healthy lifestyles and wellness facilities for the area, as well as good retail, so that people that live in the area, in the neighborhood, which has about 9,000 rooftops, I believe, that are almost completely not served by retail goods and services, to provide them that opportunity to have that. So, you know, our total expenditure is about $10.9 million on this first phase, which does include both our initial expenditure and potential tenant finish outs. And you know, that's kind of it in a nutshell. I don't want to take too much time, but I'll certainly be happy to answer any questions that the council has.
All right, questions for Rick?
Do you have any, what's your estimate of how many rooftops it takes to bring a major grocery retailer?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not a grocer, so I don't know specifically, but I can tell you that and Councilman Pettis may correct me, but I believe our studies show about 9,000 rooftops, which will certainly support more than one grocery store. There's, you know, I think in this whole zip code there may be one grocery store now. So And this is not a huge grocery store. It's a 25,000 square foot grocery store, which is fairly moderate in size, but we feel like it will be, it's a local yet still regional grocery retailer, so we feel like it'll be very successful and also provide a place. You know, there are a lot of people there that don't drive, that take, that do their shopping at convenience stores now. So this will be a good opportunity for them to be within walking distance of an actual real grocery store that they can utilize. So grocers tell us that there's plenty of rooftops to support the grocery store.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I just want to publicly thank Rick Brown and his team for doing an outstanding job for us in Northeast Shopping Center, and I also want to thank Mr. Charles Shattuck. It was 2 years ago, almost the exact day, where I said some pretty harsh things. So I stand here, sitting here 2 years later to say thank you, Mr. Charles Shattuck. This redevelopment of Northeast Shopping Center is definitely a game changer in Northeast Oklahoma City. So again, thank you, Rick, and thank you, Mr. Shattuck.
All right. And again, this item is going to be struck from the agenda today, and it'll come back to us in 2 weeks? Correct. All right. Is there a motion to strike? All right, passed unanimously. Well, the item was struck from the agenda. You're talking about this particular project? Yeah, you can speak.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. I will need you to keep your comments to 3 minutes, and I need your name and address for the record.
Again, my name is Michael C. Washington. I live at 2900 Northeast 18th Street. I run a nonprofit organization called Empower People Inc., where our motto is change your world, and your world will change around you. We disagree with this frivolous, blatantly disrespectful project that is directed by our esteemed city councilman, John Pettis. His interest is not out for the African American community. We feel that with the so-called $45 million investment that will be given to the northeast side of Oklahoma City, that it could be directed toward actually going toward community projects rather than in the pockets of free, wealthy people who already has money. Why should I have to spend my taxpaying dollars, as yours as well, and promote some rich person who already has money due to a so-called TIF project called tax increment financing? What a preposterous idea. So I'm going to give you money and take from your community. By the way, I'm going to let you build a Buy for Less store. I'm going to let you build a Woodson store, which I think Bradshaw bought for $900,000 of your money. And also to put up projects, apartment buildings that are designed to move the African American community from their housing into apartment projects like y'all took 2nd Street from us. Well, again, you have someone who won't bite his tongue, by the way. Again, this money is going toward their pockets. It should be going toward the African American community. I got great ideas, matter of fact, for creating increment programs that's designed to keep our money in our community rather than taking it out. And by the way, Mr. Brown is the son-in-law of Mr. Charles Shattuck. Again, I believe that's nepotism, where you favor one of your family members over the project of making money against someone else. Am I right or wrong? Nepotism simply means you take a family member, give them a job, rather than an outsider. So we're keeping the money in the family from the money that's in your taxpaying dollars is geared toward protection. You see how that works? So the economic development, and this man here who is our city councilor knows, again, I don't bite my tongue, at least I'm very for real. He is also on the, TIF committee or trust committee, what is that, Mr. Pettis? A TIF committee, trust, what do we call that? Designed, so he definitely have a personal interest in this project being passed because he's having his palms greased. Okay, that's, again, we're not going to bite our tongues. And that's for the most part the same people, again, that's designed to keep our African-American community down, keeping us both distrusted, in prison, on drugs, and gangs. It's designed for this because you can redirect all of that money and place it into a kitty that's designed to make sure that our people on the long run are geared toward better accomplishment. And also the same city that I'm speaking about, how you officers doing, the same city that I'm speaking about is also responsible for an illegal liquor store on the northeast side in our residential neighborhood, the first in the whole of Oklahoma City. Tax, again, incrementing, financing, Again, we do not want this project here in the state of Oklahoma. We are going to protest it, and if we have to file a lawsuit, we will do that, because we don't believe that, I don't think the committee here and this council really know the very importance of Kathy O'Connor and this Alliance Downtown, this government program.
I'm going to have to call a halt to it, but thank you for your comment.
Thank you, sir.
All right, again, that item was struck from the agenda. All right, we're on to item 9S. Ian, you going to make a presentation on this?
Good morning. I'm here to request approval of the Downtown Development Framework. The framework is a project that has been ongoing for about a year and a half. It's been a collaboration between the city, the Alliance for Economic Development, Chamber of Commerce, and Downtown Oklahoma City to achieve a number of strategic objectives in downtown Oklahoma City. The three essential objectives are, in a broad sense, are one, to link together past planning efforts throughout downtown. There hasn't been a unified plan or document vision for development in downtown produced in quite some time, and we have lots of small district-wide plans. We want to be able to link those together to create a unified vision for downtown. We want a framework for day-to-day decision-making, and we want to create, through this vision, a more predictable development environment. The word framework here is key, because the framework was not designed as a plan that has strategies and recommendations. It is a confluence of lots of different details on property and streets downtown that sets a vision and a tone for how downtown should be built out in the future, and a guiding framework for how day-to-day decisions, whether they're public or private investment, street design, private development design, how they come together to form the best place that Oklahoma City can be to create a world-class downtown. So a number of other key objectives here are, one, the connection between land use and transportation. It's very hard to do effective planning and placemaking without taking into consideration the connectivity between a building and the street that abuts it. And it's important to think globally about how those two areas, which are driven by two different entities, the public and the private sector, ultimately come together to create place. One of these opportunities is to define a future street design process that builds off of Project 180 and establishes a system where, whenever we're prepared to invest in streets or other streetscapes through downtown, we have a system in place that takes into account all the different variables about how to design that street. The first one that you should be played off of is, of course, land use, but there are other variables like automobile lanes, bicycle infrastructure, the width of the pedestrian zone and the sidewalks that people should go on, and all that is connected with how that street should function and ultimately how it should perform adjacent to the land uses next to it. One of the other key components is a design framework that takes the four core components of the placemaking and sets out guidelines and standards that we hope to integrate into future regulatory documents. Those four areas are the traffic zone, where traffic and transportation occurs, the pedestrian zone, where sidewalks and other types of things are, building frontage, how the buildings interact with the street, interact with the sidewalk, that crucial juxtaposition between the two, and scale and massing. And scale and massing is important in the framework because we want to define a new contextual relationship, not only between how buildings should function next to each other, but also how they should be within different components of downtown. Our existing zoning, our design districts cover large swaths of downtown, and they have similar scale and massing requirements like height and setback for those larger areas. We really think a more refined approach, illustrated to the right, where there are different sub-areas that have different components of character and height and purpose and function and land use, are really a better way to define design guidelines in the future. So next steps, once framework is adopted, there are a number of different implementation components that we hope to seek using the framework as a guiding force. The first one is refining and enhancing a lot of our standards in our design districts. So that would be DBD and transitional districts in Bricktown, that speaks to that nuance of context and sub-areas and character, of which we have many of those areas downtown some of which do not have anything, in relation to others. The Central Business District is very different from Cottage District, Midtown, and Quarter Shore, for example. The other one is replacing the streetscape master plan with a street design manual, and that provides that level of detail in terms of how we design streets in the future so that we can create that framework, whether the city is investing, whether private development is trying to generate investment around streets, how those streets should function so that that key aspect of placemaking in place that the city kind of drives really comes to fruition for downtown. So there's a lot of detail, but it starts with this broad framework that sets the tone for everything we can do in the future to finish the build-out of downtown. Questions?
All right, questions for Ian? It's a lot to consume, Ian, but thank you for your work on this. I know you've been working on this for, many months, maybe even multiple years, but we really appreciate your service and your diligence on this.
Thank you.
The attention to detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion approving the framework?
Move that.
All right, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item T, understand we do not need executive session on this item? All right, how about a motion then to approve item T?
Move the item. Second.
All right, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item U, understand we do need executive session?
We do.
All right, how about a motion for item U to move into executive session at the appropriate time?
Second.
Cast your votes. And it moves into executive session. Item V, understand we do need executive session on that item?
Yes, sir.
All right, how about a motion to move V to executive session?
Move the item.
All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 9W is claims recommended for denial. We have a few people that have signed up to speak today. I'll ask them to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less as we deal with each one of these individually. David Dale. All right. Carrie Davis. Morning, Carrie.
Good morning.
Hi, we will need your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. Carrie Davis, 2233 Northwest 118 Terrace. I had a denial on a claim. We had a stockade fence, and we had it replaced. The amount of it was $5,717.98. We also, it's a ravine right on the side, and we thought it best for the neighborhood, and it was dilapidated coming down. So we replaced that also. So my claim, that amount was $1,323. So I wasn't requesting for the full amount, just the fence in front of the ravine, and that was denied.
We're going to need a little more detail. I don't know what the issue is.
It wasn't a claim per se. We were just homeowners and wanting to replace our stockade fence because it was just need to be replaced. We did do that. Also, we replaced property, city, I would say, because it was a ravine. And so by replacing our stockade fence to make it more safe and to beautify it as well, we replaced that. Also, the stockade gate in front of the city ravine.
I see.
Okay, and that part was $1,300 and something dollars, and I was just requesting to be reimbursed for that.
Okay. So let's get the city staff to tell us the history of this from our side.
This claim is for property damage to a fence located on their property, which is adjacent to a city drainage area. There's this drainage easement there. I believe that the claim is that it overflows and that water has adversely affected their fence, but the fence is totally on their property.
No, that's not.
Okay, well, what's the reason for the claim then?
The claim is the ravine.
Okay, adjacent to the property that we purchased, there's a ravine. When we originally purchased the property, there was a fence that goes into the back of our property. It also connects to the fence that covers the ravine that belongs to the city, okay?
Okay.
We wanted to beautify our property by replacing the dilapidated fence that was there. It cost us over $5,000 to do it. It did not make much sense to replace our entire fence, which is a privacy fence, okay? And with the fence that covers your ravine is also dilapidated. I had to go out there every month with hammers, nails, wires. It looked ridiculous, okay? It wouldn't have made much sense for me to replace our fence and not replace the part that
what happened to the
connects to the adjacent property in our fence. It's all connected.
Okay, is the fence still there?
Yes, we replaced it.
In front of the city
Just the
ravine.
part, just the part.
Okay, so you want to be reimbursed for a fence that you constructed on your own?
No, we didn't construct it, it was there when we bought the property.
Yeah, it was there.
The city
But it
part of
was-
the fence in front of the ravine is not our fence. We went ahead and replaced that because it was coming down, dilapidated, and we replaced it because it needed to be replaced.
It was falling down.
Yeah.
We're not trying to make a windfall here.
I see.
It's $1,300 and something
But
dollars.
on your own, you replaced a fence, and you'd like the city to reimburse you for your efforts?
Just for the ravine, not for
Just for
our
that
personal
piece.
fence,
Okay.
but what belonged to the
Ravine.
city.
All right,
That's the best.
okay.
We did not understand that that was a case, but if it's not an authorized expenditure,
Yeah, I don't know how we could reimburse you for something that we didn't instigate. In other words, if it didn't have some sort of public process about the expense to come in later and to suggest that we should reimburse you for something that you decided was a good idea, I don't know what kind of precedence that would set for the rest of the community who might have their own ideas about what needs to be done.
Well, I think we're being just misjudged due to the fact we want to beautify the neighborhood.
Yeah.
The fence was old, it's been there for forever. It was falling
Yeah, I'm
down.
sure you had the best of intentions. I'm
Okay.
just sure that legally, I just don't know that we could legally pay this claim. Did anyone on the council have a separate opinion or anything they want to add?
Shadid is the councilman. It's out of county, out of states. And so we were just trying to enhance our property. And
at the same time
we couldn't
take care of-
do that with that fence there, you know.
Yeah, we're appreciative of trying to raise the standards of your neighborhood, but I don't think legally we can reimburse you for your expenses.
Unless it was done with city approval or city knowledge, and that didn't occur here.
You understand the situation we're in? But we're grateful for you wanting to improve your neighborhood and the looks of your community. I wish we had more people that were willing to
So
do
you're
that.
saying we just didn't go about it the correct way? We should have first notified y'all, and y'all come out there and say whether or not the fence needed to be replaced, and then take it from there.
Yeah, I don't know
Is
what the
that how it
process.
works?
I don't know what the process would have been. I'm just saying the process that you went through is not something that we can be involved with later.
Yes, you should contact the city manager's office in advance of doing something like that and discuss it with them.
Do you have other work you're thinking about doing?
Well, there was it's an issue with trees, growing trees inside of the ravine that I had to get removed in order to put the fence back up there. And the trees are out of control over there. And, you know, the cost is astronomical. So to have somebody come in and...
Yeah, why don't we send an engineer out to look at the trees and the ravine and see if there's anything that's necessary from the city's side to look after that area. Obviously, we have a lot of areas like that in the city that, under some of the heavy rains we've had over the last few years, have gotten unwieldy. We want to be good neighbors too.
Yeah, I guess one of our concerns with fixing what we fixed was there's a lot of school kids walking up and down Stratford right there, past that every day. I think one gentleman had lost his life in the ravine because when the current gets heavy and with a lot of rain, that current is out of control in that ravine.
Yeah, I bet.
So it's just was a safety issue for us.
All right, well, let us send an engineer out to kind of look at it, and if necessary, they can inform the council, and especially Councilman Shadid.
Yes, sir.
Do you mind just, if you go through the council offices and ask for Boyd, you can...
Ask for who, sir?
Or Eric right here. Or Eric.
Sir, if you'll see the gentleman right there by the door.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Nikolo Zabrigvik? Right.
Is the last name Zabavnik?
My apologies.
Happens all the time. All right. Well, thank you for letting me speak today. It has to do with the claim that we have in the city for the water that was broken. We had a broken water pipe. And we didn't even know the pipe was broken until our neighbors came over and knocked on the door and said, hey, you have water in your driveway. So we're all out there shoveling water out of my driveway, and the water department had already been called to tell us that we wanted them to come out right away to get the work, to get it taken off and turned off. Well, it took a long time, almost an hour, for them to even show up. And when they did finally show up, they just turned the water off. And I said, well, what about all this that's going on? And they said to talk to the city department about what happened, because the sidewalk had already fallen down, and it's really bad out there for our people to walk down the street. Also, I have a garage door. We couldn't even walk out to the garage because the water was all the way up next to the garage itself. I did send in pictures, what I sent in the claim. I'm not sure if you guys have them anywhere. So we had 4 people out there shoveling water out of our driveway onto the street because we couldn't get out of the driveway because it's all full of water.
What are the damages for?
The damages for to replace the sidewalk and to fix my garage door.
Okay. Let's get some direction from city staff. Are you familiar with this case, Tina?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There was a water main break there. There had been no history of any problems with the line prior to that date. There was an awful lot of water there. It did undermine the sidewalks and did some damage out there. They're claiming also for the undermining of the sidewalk, the washing out of the dirt, supporting the sidewalk, for the replacement of several sections of sidewalk. That it's an estimate for that. They're also talking about some cracks in the curbing around there. My understanding is that city personnel went out and shored up the sidewalk as part of dressing the yard after this, and that was done. Is that correct?
They came out and they repaired part of the curb that had been damaged by the heavy machinery that was out there to dig the hole, and they also replaced some of the grass that was damaged out there. But our main concern is the sidewalk has subsided, and there's a big gap between 2 sections of the sidewalk, which is a safety hazard. And the other thing was the damage that was done to our garage door. The door is still functional, but the bottom 4 panels have water damage on them. We had the contractor come out and give us a bid for replacing those 4 panels on the bottom of our garage door.
The damage that they sustained are supported by the evidence that they gave us. The problem we have here is that a water main break, in order for us to be liable for damages caused by the water main break, we have to have some notification that there's a problem on that line. We went back 5 years prior to that, and there was no prior problem on that main.
On the sidewalk, the city should replace that.
Yeah.
We've already discussed that with Assistant City Manager Clowers. The city should replace the sidewalk because it's within the public right-of-way.
Tina, is this state law on the notice that we need to have notice?
Generally, in order to be negligent, we have to have breached a duty. The duties are generally set off by some kind of a notice that there's a problem. In this case, there's no problem in that area until that day. Then it was a big problem.
Major problem. But the thing is, the water line, I'm not sure how far the water line goes for this one, but there's been a break on the other side of the driveway on Mrs. Brown's house at 13809. There was 2 breaks. In fact, there's 2 new sidewalks there. One has a date of 2010, one has a date of 2014. If you go a little bit farther, which is my next neighbor, 2 houses down, he had the whole driveway out removed, and they had to have a new mailbox put in because of all the damages that happened.
Let's stick to the case that we're dealing with.
Well, that has to do with the water main. So, if there's been no report of a water main problem, wouldn't that be part of it? I'm on the same street within 2 houses.
The lines that run through the neighborhood are not always the same lines, and what we're checking for is problem on the line that broke in this instance. My understanding from Water Department's information
So you're saying this event occurred prior?
There was one on the other side of her driveway that occurred that pushed water over into the side of my house, but that one didn't hit my I mean, we fixed that part ourselves. We didn't ask for that one.
Did that happen prior to your issue?
Yes.
Okay.
2014.
Why don't you give our staff some time to research that? Because, perhaps that'll show up. Perhaps it's on the same water line. Perhaps it'll give us the ability to consider reimbursing you. Regardless, there seems to be a consensus up here that if the sidewalk was damaged, that we do have a responsibility to fix that. But again, that may take a little more research. So why don't we pull this from the claims recommended for denial and not work on that today, and let our staff look at it and deal with you individually. Okay? All right. If you'll get a business card from the appropriate people. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming down. Why don't we pull it indefinitely? So this is item WM.
Yes, we can just strike that one and we'll redocket it.
All right. Is there a motion to strike then item W9WM? All right. Cast your votes. That particular item is struck from the agenda. Is there anyone else here hoping to speak under any item listed under 9W and claims recommended for denial? All right. How about a motion on the rest of the docket? All right. Cast your votes. And that passes unanimously. All right, item 10A is claims recommended for approval. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under 10A? All right, how about a motion? All right, cast your votes. And it passes unanimously. Now we have items from council. This next item is a public hearing. We have a number of people that have signed up to speak. But this has to do with generally the panhandling issue that many of you have signed up today. We really do have a lengthy number of people to sign up to speak. I'm going to have to try to be as strict as I can on the 3-minute limit. And to the extent that you have new information and new opinions, the council would love to hear. If you're just here to say the same thing that other people have said, we have less interest. But in the interest of you spending your time, and you've already been here 3 hours, we do want to give you a chance to speak today if you've come down to do so. Let's start with Dan Strawn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dan Strawn, 1724 Northwest 4th Street. I've communicated in writing with each of you. My concerns about this particular ordinance are threefold. While we don't have really good data on who panhandlers are, we can assume that many, if not most, are in extreme poverty. If we reduce the venues where they can panhandle, our fear is that we will increase the number of homelessness. In addition, our fear is that with an ordinance like this, which only addresses medians, it's the game of whack-a-mole that we have played on homeless issues before. You move them from one spot to another, and the other spot that they may well move to could be problematic. And I'm really thinking about places in Oklahoma City where there is foot traffic to support panhandling, namely the entertainment district, the arts district, downtown, Bricktown. And then thirdly, with the ordinance as it was originally proposed, there were misdemeanor fines associated with violations of the ordinance, and unpaid fines lead to bench warrants and jail time, and it's next to impossible for social service agencies like ours to house folks that have open warrants or unpaid fines. It pains me somewhat to be on the opposite side of my friend and councilwoman, Meg Salyer, and then I realize we're not really. We're starting from the same basic premise. Panhandling is a bad thing, and as a community we need to do something about it. And we have the same ultimate goal, reducing panhandling in the community. We believe, I believe, that there are more constructive, less punitive ways to do that than this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Dan, can you just explain, the loss of social services, exactly what you would be disqualified from potentially receiving if you had outstanding warrants, unpaid court costs? So you said...
Sure. So for instance, with the Community's Journey Home initiative, where we're housing veterans and chronically homeless folks, almost all of that housing is through a housing choice voucher, what used to be called a Section 8 voucher. And the Housing Authority, both the Housing Finance Agency and the Oklahoma City Housing Authority, cannot issue a voucher if you have an outstanding warrant.
Or what if you just haven't paid your court costs?
Well, same thing with outstanding fines. You have to get square before governmental entities can help you with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Pat Miracle? All right. Amy Cooper?
Actually, I'm Pat Miracle.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pat. I didn't see a response, and I thought maybe you'd left.
I'm Pat Miracle, and I'm at 4233 Northwest 12th. I'll be real quick. I want to express my support for the ordinance making it illegal to solicit from public mediums. Oklahoma City has spent a lot of time, effort, and money, I think, to improve the appearance and the desirability of the city. I think that it has helped to make us a desirable site for businesses, entertainment, and thus contributed to our economy. I'm concerned, however, to think of the impression that solicitation has on our city. A lot of trash is left behind by these individuals, plastic bottles, food wrappings, and coffee containers. Also, I am opposed to using dogs as a prop to solicit funds, which appears to be so on occasion. I do not think they should be exposed to the extreme weather and the unsafe conditions. Banning such solicitation activity on the median, I think, would solve all of the above problems, and perhaps there is a better way to take care of those unfortunates. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Amy Cooper?
I just want to make it real quick, because I'm not sure the speakers, we're changing the amendment, the ordinance today, right, with an amendment. I wonder if we could just briefly explain how we're changing, because now it goes beyond just soliciting.
Yes, Rick is prepared to do that.
Okay, that's a good suggestion.
Good morning. Rick Smith, City Attorney's Office. After this was introduced, we continued to research it, Mr. Jordan, Ms. Warren, and myself, and we decided that, first, this is really about traffic safety. It's not necessarily about panhandlers. We decided that if we were going to keep people off the median, we should keep everybody off the median. Anybody who's on there, we looked at what we had proposed earlier, and people who are actually having campaign signs, or the girls that having car wash signs to go in that shopping center, could be just as much danger as people who are panhandling on medians. Medians have never been meant for public debate. They've always been a traffic divider. The more people you put on there, the more people you're going to have injured. So we made it so broad enough to keep everybody off except for emergency workers or people maintaining the medians.
Do you have any data that would support that that people are being injured, that this is a public safety issue?
We asked the police department, and Chief City staff told us that there were 14 pedestrians that were killed last year and 11 so far this year. I don't know if anybody saw the news story, but 3 weeks ago, a fireman in Lansing, Michigan, was actually run over by someone. It appears it's road rage, but the firefighter was out filling the boot, and he got run over in the median.
But we have laws that prohibit people from stepping off the median into the street already.
That's true, but it's very hard for the police to be there when they actually step off. Now it says you can't step off and you can't be on the median. This way, if the police officers see them on the median, because you have to actually get into traffic to get to the median and to get the solicitation or hand out the literature or doing whatever you're doing, you have to stop traffic. You have to get in traffic. It is actually a traffic safety ordinance, not just panhandling. And I understand that the whole public perception is that we're trying to stop panhandling, but we're not, because there are other places the people can panhandle. They can still do it on the side of the roads. They can still do it on sidewalks. All we're saying is the median is not an appropriate place for any pedestrian.
But you can walk to the median legally through a crosswalk. Do you have data that says that the 14 pedestrians that were hurt were on the median? Because I know we've had pedestrians on Northwest Expressway hit and died that were just trying to cross the street.
We never got the exact location where the people were, and it was not 14 hit, it was 14 killed.
Right.
And if you go on, you mentioned Northwest Expressway, but if you look at Lake Hefner, roadway. The state has spent a lot of money putting cable up on the median there. That's to keep traffic off the median from going into the other side. You can't imagine what a car will do to somebody at 55 miles an hour. Chief City and I have litigated several cases where police cars have hit people who are pedestrians at 55 and 65 miles an hour. The cars always win, the people never do. This is trying to keep people out of the median so that they don't get hit. The drivers don't feel bad for hitting people, so they don't have to ever get into the median.
Okay. All right. Amy Cooper. Morning, Amy. You might want to pull the microphone down.
Amy Cooper, out of 2832 Northwest 13th.
Okay.
I support it with a minor change. It distracts drivers from noticing a traffic light has changed to green, and it causes people to run the light sometimes rather than wait through it. I don't run the light, I have to wait through it. Also, many of them hold their signs at the side, right in your side vision, and you have to, it's very hard to ignore them and still go fast when the light turns green. And as far as the fine go, if they could reduce the fine to like $100, they get enough money from the people, from the cars, so they could pay $100 each time. And they don't pay taxes on it, so the city might as well get some money out of it. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Amy. Greg Babin.
Good morning. Greg Beeben, 900 Northwest 34th Street. I'm an attorney, and I also work with a lot of homeless clients. And I have a number of reasons why you should not vote for this proposed ordinance. First, I'm concerned about the constitutionality. Panhandling is a historically important form of speech, and this ordinance negatively impacts that form of speech. If somebody lacks resources for advertising, radio and print, or if they lack regular access to the internet, the way to reach a broad audience is to hold the sign in a highly trafficked area. This ordinance negatively impacts that ability. So you need a legitimate government interest in order to negatively impact somebody's free speech rights. I don't believe you have a legitimate interest here. Safety is a legitimate interest, but your stated interest here is just pretense. And I know it's pretense because we just talked about $130-something million going to a streetcar. You're going to have people on the medians when you have that streetcar. You had a day 2 weeks ago where you encouraged people to sit in parking spaces for the Parklet Day, but you claim to be concerned about safety on this issue. And lastly, I haven't heard any data about people being hit on the median. So this isn't furthering the goal of safety. Second, we do know that this will result in jail time. It's entirely foreseeable that it will result in homeless people going to jail. And we know that because homeless people go to jail for fines for trespassing, homeless people go to jail for fines for public intoxication, homeless people go to jail for fines for aggressive panhandling, which are already all on the books. They have to go to court. When they go to court, they tell the judge they can't pay, so the judge says, all right, well, you need to come back 60 days from now and have paid or explain why you haven't paid. Now, your homeless population, in your point in time count, your homeless population, 38% of them suffer from mental illness. 38% of them suffer from mental illness. And on top of that, if you're homeless, you have transportation issues. It's hard to make appointments with your case managers. It's hard to make appointments with your therapist, much less hard to get to court over and over again to tell the judge, yeah, I'm still homeless and I'm still broke. So eventually, these homeless people don't make it to court, and then they end up in jail. And even before that, the negative impact occurs when the warrant is issued. Dan explained to you, when the warrant is issued, Oklahoma Housing Finance Agency, Oklahoma City Housing Authority, they cannot issue you your voucher, or they can't let you into public housing. And we have waiting lists for all of our subsidized housing. Right now in the city, we have a waiting list. So if you're on that waiting list and finally you wait months and months, you come to the top of that waiting list, you have a warrant, an active warrant then, oh well, you're out of luck. We can't get you into housing. You have to go back to the end of the line. On top of that, as I mentioned, that 38% number, when these mentally ill people go to, I'll try and wrap it up, but the jail negatively impacts our mentally ill people. They mismanage their prescriptions on a regular basis. And lastly, HUD announced the Continuum of Care grant process just began. As part of the process this year, they're asking their grantees to answer the question, what steps are you taking to decriminalize homelessness? Forward-thinking cities right now are debating how to eliminate fines for like public intoxication or aggressive panhandling. This is the opposite direction of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Beatles.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just as a side note, I'm a retired attorney by the name of Tom Beatles, 3216 Ocala Road, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And 63 years of living and 30 years practicing law, I've never been in the city council chambers. It's a very first.
We've been waiting.
It's a very, very interesting place. I enjoy this. I'm going to have to come back. With that aside, oh, and by the way, I thought surely the rule on 3 minutes could not apply to politicians or lawyers. Have you ever known one of them to be limited to 3 minutes? Anyway, I am opposed to this ordinance, and all kidding aside, I think I would be correct in saying that 100% of the people in this room would agree that the greatest humanitarian of the 20th century would be Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa of Calcutta spent 35 years of her life tending for people with leprosy, tuberculosis, AIDS, homeless, malnourished. Her motto was, "We serve the poorest of the poor." And one of her favorite expressions that she often quoted was, "When I look in the face of any human being, I see the face of Jesus." And I think if we conduct our business affairs with that philosophy, put aside, I hate to use this term, artificial arguments or preconceived ideas about homeless or, quote, panhandlers, if we put aside these artificial beliefs or preconceived biases, preconceived prejudices, and it's okay to believe that these people ought to be doing something else for a living, that's okay. That's everybody's right. Personally, I like to give them money. I don't think that there's a public health, in spite of my esteemed colleague, Mr. Smith. I've never read in the paper or seen on the news reports one of these people being hit by a car. I haven't seen it personally. And if you relegate them to go to the other side of the road, to the right side of the road, that is really more dangerous because people are going faster through traveled portion. Most of these people on the medians, it's in a turn lane. If you look at them, I mean, we've all driven around the city. We know where they're at. It's usually a left-hand turn lane. People are going slower there. Anyway, I think that we should apply more wisdom to our deliberation on this issue. As your pastor who did the invocation this morning said, give us wisdom to be more concerned about those who are less fortunate, the poor, and the marginalized. So I would ask you to do that.
All right,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Tom. Derek Jump. Derek Jump.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor. My name is Derek Jump, 2616 Northwest 27th Street. I'm a combat veteran, and I'm also a veteran advocate for homeless veterans. And it's on this matter, I think that the imposition of a fine for panhandling is a direct contradiction of our mission to achieve a level of functional zero towards our homeless population. I think what it boils down to is extra revenue for our great city, and the fact that we are willing to create revenue off the backs of our homeless population is absolutely reprehensible. Many of our literally homeless and nearly homeless population are plagued by perpetual legal issues due to substance abuse, mental illness, and past incarcerations. All of these issues need to be addressed separately prior to introducing yet another barrier to sustainable and stable housing and employment for our fellow man that's down on his luck.
Thanks, Derek. Timothy Fadum? 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 Morning, Timothy.
Good morning, Councilman. I'd like to speak on the philosophical right of individuals to solicit.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, Tim Fadum, 3029 West Eubank Street, Oklahoma City.
Thank you.
Okay. I agree that with the consequential arguments presented, I'm opposed to the ordinance. I don't believe it will increase safety for those individuals. If you're in a homeless situation, your life is at risk every day. Doesn't matter if you're on the median or if you're sleeping exposed to the weather. But as for the rights of the individual to solicit, over the course of the events today in this meeting, we've agreed to use city property for the benefit of the public. We've talked about the TIF, using government power to enable public good. That has to do with the social contract. The government acts on the people's behalf. So we have the right to public property and to use it for public good. The people who sell on the median are trying to preserve their lives. And I'm sorry I'm not making this very articulated, but these people are basically asking for a few cubic feet to operate temporarily every day. And I believe that this society is willing to accept that burden. It doesn't propose a safety risk, and the effects on traffic are marginal. I live 3029 Eubanks. It's less than a block away from the from the highway on May, which is a frequent soliciting area, and I'm perfectly acceptable with the level of traffic that we have. The city's actually done a great job in that regard, so I think you guys can pat yourselves on the back. And the effects of these individual soliciting hasn't had a dysfunctional impact. It's been marginal, if at all. And I just want to remind you about the rights of these individuals to this few cubic feet to operate temporarily. There's not a safety risk to them.
All right. Thanks, Tim. Tammy Carpenter.
Morning. Tammy Carpenter, 9301 Southwest 23rd. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I am here on behalf of the MDA, and as was mentioned, the Fill the Boot campaign is a huge amount of our fundraising every year. 6 years ago, I sat in an exam room with my son, who was 5 and oblivious, with a neurologist, a geneticist, and several other doctors, and knew that my life was changing forever. The only other person in that room, because my family was 700 miles away, was an MDA representative named Christina. She sat and held my hand and asked me what I needed to move forward with this new life. When I moved back to Oklahoma to be close to my family, the first call that I made after calling my mom was to the MDA office here in Oklahoma City, because I knew that they were my closest ally in dealing with this disease that not only has taken away my son's mobility, has caused heart complications, type 1 diabetes, and now scoliosis that requires a spinal fusion surgery. It's changed everything about my life. It is my 100% full-time job to take care of him, and I could not do it without the help of the MDA. They provide me with access to specialists. They provide me with access to equipment. They provide me with a camp every summer that my son gets to go to and just have a good time, because his day is very difficult. And so to get to go for a week and spend time just being a kid without all the barriers that are placed in front of him in a normal day, if you take away the opportunity for this major portion of fundraising for MDA, you are crippling the MDA just as our children are crippled by muscular dystrophy. And I hope that you choose to make a choice for our children not to be marginalized, not to be punished even further for this life that we've been given by taking away one of our greatest allies in this life. Thank you.
Thank you. Haley Phelps.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Haley Phelps. I live at 1900 Northwest 7th. I've lived in Oklahoma City for almost 10 years, all of my adult life. I started my family here, I have my children here, and my husband chose to start his small business here as well over the last 2 years, which is thriving, and we love living here, and we're thankful for it. I'm opposed to this ordinance. I view this measure as an effort to try to just avoid, ignore, and hide the issues that some of our most vulnerable individuals are facing every day. I drive past the panhandlers every day, just like all of you. I drive past them on Penn, on Classen. My daughter's in the car when I'm going to work. I see them all the time, and it makes me uncomfortable, and I know that it makes other people uncomfortable too. It makes us uncomfortable because we're faced with what is going on with these individuals. They're struggling with substance abuse, with mental health issues, with a lack of upward mobility and access to income, appropriate available employment options that are working for them. When you get to know these folks, you learn about their stories and you learn about the barriers that they're facing and maybe why they feel like this is their only and best option. I know that you changed the ordinance and that you're trying to say it's focused on safety, but I know that the origin of the ordinance was based around complaints about people being uncomfortable with seeing panhandlers. So I know that that's really what's going on here. And it does make us uncomfortable, but as residents of Oklahoma City, we need to stand up and face these issues head-on with real solutions. I support the Curbside and other nonprofit agencies like the Homeless Alliance, City Care, and Salvation Army, Feed the Regional Food Bank, who are trying to address the root issues of what's going on with these individuals. And I know that it makes us uncomfortable. We've got to face them with real solutions. And this effort, this ordinance will not end panhandling. It's just going to move it around. It's not going to solve the problems. We're not going to actually hide it. We're still going to see it, maybe even a lot more in person than just in our cars. And I'm concerned about that. And I'm just also greatly concerned about the continued and deepening criminalization of the poor in our city, and I believe that that's unacceptable, and that's not the direction that we should be moving in. This would just be one step. We just have to continue to make more steps in this direction because it's not going to solve the problem. I don't support the ordinance, and I hope that you'll seriously consider the things that we're discussing today. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Dan Short.
My name is Dan Short. I live at 244 Northwest 91st Street. I'm the founder and past director of Mustard Seed Development, focused primarily in the 73114 zip code, recently retired from that activity. For the last 6 years in that role, we tried to encourage and are still trying to encourage a dialogue in our city about poverty. And as a big league city, we have come a long way since 37 years ago I arrived here as Catholic Charities Director. And then volunteered with the Chamber of Commerce for 10 years, encouraging people to become members, and then serving as president of the sales and marketing executives of our city, watching us really become a more mature, significant city in our country. I think this issue of homelessness, this issue of the immense number of folks who live here, live here, is the next issue that we as a city need to embrace and attack, not incrementally and not in a negative and destructive and punitive way, but to do it, to embrace it, and to provide the resources so that people don't have to be moved from one corner to another corner to exist, to ask for the pittance that they need to exist. These are issues that really can be grappled and resolved with the will that I think we need in Oklahoma City. The absence of proof to danger and safety is a significant issue. The constitutionality is a significant issue. The concern and compassion that this city exhibits, being one of the most generous cities individually in the whole nation, I hope will be matched by a comprehensive effort to significantly embrace the underlying issue. People are not employed, or they are so vulnerable they cannot be employed. Let us not punish them.
Thanks, Dan. Dwayne Shell.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name's Dwayne Shell. I live at 14300 North Pennsylvania Avenue, right on the edge of the Oklahoma City. And I'm here to speak against this ordinance, and as far as the member from District Attorney Office, putting them on the right side of the street is definitely more dangerous than having them in the medium. But I also want to point out to you the downside of this ordinance, and that is a disaster for the city of Oklahoma. You take away their possibility of getting money for either alcohol, drugs, or anything else, and they're going to find a place to get it. It is a known fact that drug addicts, especially those who are on the hard stuff, will go to any extreme to get the money for their dope. They also have been known to rob their own families to get the money. And as far as the alcoholics are concerned, actually they're drunks, they're not alcoholics, they don't attend meetings. But these people need to be able to get what they need. I don't necessarily agree that them being out there getting drunk every day, but I, in my own way, try to help as many as I can, not through donations to them, but through talking with them. And I have helped people in other cities. I have only been here in Oklahoma since the first part of June. But I did want to bring out these points. I also want to say that I will be here in 2 weeks when you take your vote on this, and if I have to, I will spend time in Hall of Records looking up your financial records and your voting records to see if there is any possible improprieties in it, and give that information to your opponent if you should decide to vote for this. Have a good day.
All right. Thanks, Dwayne. Patricia Fan.
Mr. Mayor, City Council folks, my name is Patty Faw, and I live at 4149 Northwest 23rd Street. I'm concerned with how this change will adversely affect people such as those with the Curbside Chronicle, church organizations that collect for the needy, the firemen who collect for the muscular dystrophy people, or just anyone who wants to peacefully stand in the median with a sign. I've lived on 23rd Street since 1986. I see by far more safety problems with pedestrians than I do with the people in the medians. 3 times last night, between Meridian and Ann Arbor, 3 different episodes where people crossing the street, not at a crosswalk, and I know that's far away, but they were really in danger of getting hit. I mean, traffic had to slow significantly down because they didn't wait for it to clear. And they were very lucky, like I say, not to get hit. I see more things that way than what I do with the people in the medians. I see, in fact, I have to really think as to when the last time I saw somebody that put the people themselves in danger, their dog, if they have one, in danger, or other people in traffic. In fact, I see them wait for lights to change to cross over into the median and wait for lights not. So I don't think this is really a true safety issue. The other thing that I want to bring up is that when talking about this with other friends, a gentleman said, hey, you know, there was a city, and I think he said San Francisco, where they passed a similar ordinance, and they got sued, and they lost. So that's one of those things that you might want to think about. As I'm not a lawyer, I have know nothing about that, but as other lawyers have said, that can be a real major problem. And I think what we're doing is marginalizing, making the people that are on the fringes of society worse than what we should. And I just want people to think, you know, there but for the grace of God go I. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Rania O'Connor.
Hi, my name is Rania O'Connor. I live at 4037 Northwest 29th Street, and I'm the director of the Curbside Chronicle in Oklahoma City. The Curbside Chronicle is a magazine partly written and entirely sold by homeless and at-risk individuals, providing people in poverty with a legitimate way to earn income and transition out of homelessness. The concept of a street paper like ours has been around since the 1980s and has been proven very effective in reducing panhandling in other communities. There are 115 street papers like ours around the world, and in 2014 they employed 22,770 homeless individuals, helping them earn over $36 million in revenue last year alone. And since we've started 2 years ago, we've worked with over 200 homeless and at-risk individuals in Oklahoma City by providing them with training. But this ordinance will have a huge negative impact on our growth and effectiveness and Curbside Chronicle vendors' income and stability. While curbside vendors are not panhandlers, 80% of curbside vendors sell from the median to motorists. If this ordinance passes, curbside vendors will no longer be able to sell to motorists without breaking the law. Curbside vendors sell on medians to avoid stepping in the street, which is already illegal. Vendors cannot sell from the side of the street to motorists without getting in the street to make the exchange. Vendors will be limited to face-to-face sales on sidewalks, and unlike other large cities, Oklahoma City is very spread out and does not have enough high foot traffic areas to support the growing number of vendors reliant on us for employment. Our vendors depend on sales to motorists to transition out of homelessness and to sustain their housing. We take vendor safety very seriously, which is why all of our vendors attend ongoing training sessions and wear bright green uniforms while selling. Vendors can only sell on medians during the daylight hours, and in our 2 years of existence, we've never had a vendor get injured on the median, and we've also never had a vendor express fear of danger about working on a median. This ordinance provides, unfortunately, no real solution to the issue of panhandling in Oklahoma City, in my opinion. If we truly care about the quality of lives of people in poverty and about ending panhandling long term, then I think we need to approach this issue in a less punitive and more effective manner. This ordinance does nothing to address why people panhandle and punishes people in poverty. Let's start by putting mechanisms in place that address the root issues of why panhandling occurs in our community. Let's connect people to social services that they need, and let's promote panhandling diversion programs like the Curbside Chronicle that can offer legitimate income earning opportunities for people in poverty. It is important to understand that many people panhandle because they have extremely high barriers to traditional employment, including mental and developmental disabilities, lack of proper identification, incarceration records, lack of education, environmental barriers on the streets, and social isolation. The Curbside Chronicle was created to give people with high barriers to employment a more empowering way to earn an income. We connect our vendors with social service agencies that can address their underlying issues while providing them with a legitimate way to earn an income as they work on regaining stability in their lives. Our vendors are learning job skills, social skills, and money and time management, which are all necessary to progress them forward and off the medians into other jobs and into housing. Street papers like Curbside have been successful in eradicating panhandling in other communities, but their success was contingent on the support of their city government and the community at large. I would be honored to work with the city to tackle this problem in OKC, but unfortunately I do not see this ordinance as a solution and cannot support it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Ron. John Rourke. John Rourke.
Morning, gentlemen, ma'am. My name is John Rourke. I live at Northwest 19th Street, 3412, and I am a disabled combat veteran, concerned resident of Oklahoma City, and I spend my days working with other veterans who are facing imminent homelessness or who are currently street homeless. I work with a staff made up of other veterans, disabled or otherwise, and who are also spouses or family members of veterans, and we work tirelessly to make tangible an end to veteran homelessness in our service area, which is centered on Oklahoma City. I want to thank our mayor for signing the pledge to end veteran homelessness by the end of this calendar year, and I assure you that we are working very hard to meet this goal. On any given night in our city, there are up to 187 homeless veterans on Oklahoma City streets. Many of those individuals are living with disabilities. Most have significant barriers to employment or housing, including zero income, and all of them would be unable to stand before this elected body of officials and provide a home address just to get to speak. A process which most of us in this room would not think twice about and take for granted. Our homeless veterans, much like the homeless in general, spend their days getting by as best they can, often having to resort to something like panhandling to meet their daily basic needs. Statistically, research has shown that housing is the most significant factor in eliminating an episode of homelessness, and I am confused at the logic to take a punitive approach to scraping by day after day, thus adding yet another barrier to rapid and permanent rehousing. How does this end the condition of homelessness in our city? Believe me, I want the homeless individuals off the street just as much as anybody, but I'm not willing to support this proposition in order to do that. I think that it deters panhandling through the issuance of a criminal record and a hefty fine, and I mean a hefty fine for me, and I have nice clothes on. And it does not solve the issue of homelessness. At best, it simply removes the problem from your sight. Of course, this also burdens our homeless programs, of which I work for one, by causing us to have to remove those barriers that you're now placing on them by issuing them a criminal history and a hefty fine. This proposal will only add to our veterans, mothers, fathers, daughters, and sons of Oklahoma City who already walk our streets with enough barriers.
You can package this however you want, a safety issue, an unsightly thing in Oklahoma City, but what this really boils down to is criminalizing people for being poor and struggling to survive. Therefore, I cannot back this at all, and I encourage you not to either. Thank you.
Effie Craven.
Good morning. My name is Effie Craven. I live at 3412 Northwest 19th Street. I'm a homeowner in Ward 6, and I can't help but notice that my own councilperson is not here today. I oppose this proposal for several reasons. First, panhandling is an expression of free speech. It is the poorest among us petitioning for help and expressing that our society and economy doesn't work for everyone. The bar for regulating speech is set quite high, and a morning commute made more uncomfortable for people in their cars is not nearly reason enough to regulate speech in this way. Second, our court systems are already largely funded on the backs of the poor through an endless array of fees and fines. I see the necessity of this as we fail to adequately fund our basic public services, but I question the morality. This proposal effectively criminalizes poverty. It will clog and slow our courts and place an additional burden on our police officers who have more important work to do. Third, this proposal is nothing more than a half-hearted attempt to address the fact that too many of our neighbors still struggle to make ends meet. Our society promotes corporate welfare shamelessly, but when people in our own community ask for help, we tell them they are failures. Councilwoman Salyer's proposal takes it even further. She would have them arrested. While there are many groups and organizations here today that do good work to address poverty and homelessness, we are still severely lacking in adequate social services. The majority of our shelters are in one small section of the city. Many services available are faith-based and not appropriate or adequate to meet the needs of a diverse population. Further, we have eliminated general assistance, made it difficult to qualify for programs like food stamps, and made it nearly impossible for a single adult to get Medicaid. We constantly hear about low oil prices, yet we are unprepared and unwilling to help those members of our community who find themselves most vulnerable to swings in the economy. I would ask you to place yourself on the other side of the car window for a moment. As uncomfortable as it may be for you to encounter a panhandler while you sit at a stoplight, I assure you it is much worse for them. It is a horrible undertaking for one of our fellow citizens to have to resort to survive. Panhandling is universally shunned in our society, and those who find themselves asking for help on a street corner are not immune to that belief. If I feel compelled to give money or purchase a copy of the Curbside Chronicle, what business is it of the council to intervene? Please withdraw this proposal or oppose this proposal and concentrate on real solutions to address homelessness and poverty in our community. Thank you.
Nikki Largent.
Good morning. I'm Nikki Largent, representing the Tree Bank Foundation, which is located at 3535 North Classen. I'm actually not here to persuade you to vote either way. I do want to bring one factor to your attention, that there are several medians that are adopted by nonprofit organizations like the Tree Bank Foundation. And whatever your decision here, I'm sure it will be a hard one. We trust you will choose wisely. But I just wanted to make sure that you realize that it does represent us as well, since we do have that presence on the medians.
Okay. Thanks, Nikki.
Thanks.
Carol Sullivan.
Good morning. I'm Carol Sullivan. I live at 3139 Venice Boulevard. And since I was here 2 weeks ago, I've talked to a lot of people who've had personal experiences with aggressive panhandlers. It was never a panhandler on a median. It was always a panhandler in a parking lot. This ordinance, I can't support it because, you know, I read recently government released figures now that Oklahoma has one of the highest poverty rates in the country. There are about 6 states we belong to. We have the highest poverty rates, and these panhandlers are simply another face of poverty. And I think there are a lot of reasons people find themselves impoverished. And I think once we can start treating a lot of their conditions as medical conditions and treating them from a humanitarian standpoint and medical standpoint instead of only law enforcement, we go a long way of removing a lot of people from that rank of poverty. And with that said, I just want to encourage you all to reconsider this ordinance. We can do a lot better. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Miguel Garcia.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Garcia. My address is 3105 Southwest 100th Street. My office is also on 3523 Northwest 36. Side note, I am an attorney. Actually, I'm surprised that out of all the attorneys that have talked to you today, no one cited the Cutting v. City of Portland that just came down September 11th from the First Circuit Court of Appeals. Specifically, talking about an issue that is in front of us today, and I'll quote from the case. It says, this case is indiscriminately bans virtually all expressive activity in all of the city median strips, and thus is not narrowly tailored to serve the city's interest in protecting public safety. What we're doing today is that we are attacking a traditional public forum, therefore tying up future litigation, therefore tying up my tax dollars, either whether it be from my office or from my home. And so it's one of those things that I think we need to reconsider this ordinance, maybe tailor it in a way that will not discriminate anyone, and also will not expressly more than likely stop traditional public forums of a speech. Thank you.
Can I ask you,
Yes, sir.
What's the name of the case?
It's Cutting v. City of Portland. It's out of the First Circuit Court of Appeals. Yes, sir. And
is it?
And actually, the whole country is looking at this because recently there was a Worcester case, which was denied by the Supreme Court of the United States. They wouldn't look at it, and so now everyone's looking at this decision that came down 3 weeks ago, and it specifically tackles this specific issue.
So was it? This is in Portland, and it would involve the medians?
Yes, sir. And it talked about how the medians, and specifically almost mirrors this specific ordinance. I would say it would mirror maybe 98% of it, and so I just want to bring that to your attention.
Would you mind if you give us that? Do you have the case, or?
I don't have the case. I have the Worcester case, but I wouldn't mind giving you the site back there.
Thank you. We have it.
Yeah. Okay, well, I just pulled it up.
I believe Rick Smith has it.
Okay.
And it's United States Court of Appeals, First Circuit, Michael W. Cutting, the City of Portland, Maine. And it's number 14-1421. It's cited September 11, 2015.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Could you send that to the council?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Miguel.
Thank you.
And we have read that case, and the difference is that it was the City of Portland, Maine. They waived whether or not it was a traditional public forum or not. We do not believe that a median is a traditional public forum.
What about for political activity, like standing and holding a sign?
That was one of the reasons we broadened it. We still don't believe that you should be standing on a median. We don't think that it was ever allowed as a traditional public forum. The other thing they didn't consider in the Cuddy case was they refused to talk about alternate avenues for expression of speech. We believe that there are enough avenues for the people to have their signs, do their soliciting, do their begging, and argue that the court did not consider those alternative methods.
So have we eliminated for streetcar loading the medians? Has that been eliminated?
No, there might be a need for an additional exception for that once it's actually in existence.
Okay.
Okay. Brad Bargles.
My name is Brad Bargles, 2113 Powderhorn. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of the Muscular Dystrophy Association and in support of the Oklahoma City firefighters and the good work they do for us. I know there's a lot of layers to this, and obviously the emotions run high on both sides, so I appreciate that, and I think it's something that Councilman White said last week or last session in regards to the TIF conversation when he said it occurred to him that the responsibility to deal with that issue fell on your shoulders, and because of that responsibility, he felt a great obligation to give it great diligence and thought, and I would ask the same here. I'm sure all legislation has unintended consequences, but there's a difference between unintended and unforeseeable. And a foreseeable consequence of this is that $300,000 that is raised from the good people in Oklahoma City could be in jeopardy. Fill the Boot is a tradition that goes back 62 years. It's done in thousands of communities. There's no other national philanthropic effort that nearly approaches it in scope or in longevity. And there are few communities that support it like Oklahoma City. The citizens of Oklahoma City have always supported the firefighters, but ever since that horrific day in April of '95, they have been almost unprecedented in their outpouring of support for the firefighters. On a per capita basis, there are very few communities that support the firefighters and their work on our behalf, like in Oklahoma City. Ironically and coincidentally, just 2 weeks before this ordinance was announced, we issued a $300,000 grant to a very talented scientific investigator at the OU Health Science Center. Though those two are not necessarily directly linked, they're not unrelated. We cannot do these things if we cannot raise money. Councilman Shadid mentioned last meeting that he might dissent in this, and do so because of the dearth of resources that lead to panhandling, and that it was dealing with the symptoms, not the underlying problem. We are dealing with voids that otherwise won't get dealt with, and all we ask is that we be allowed to continue to do that in a way that has been celebrated across countless communities for 62 years. There have been some cities that have done ordinances like this. The vast majority have gone the extra mile to make sure that this was not caught up in that. They've done it through exemptions for trained public safety officers who are used to being in traffic and directing traffic. They've even had, in Florida, 3-day moratoriums on this type of ordinance every year, with the obvious intent of allowing the good work to continue. I would argue that this is not necessarily even solicitation as you consider this. The firefighters do not actively solicit. They do not knock on windows. They stand there with a curb in a lane that has been tolled for blocks is a solicitation. There was mention, I think, by Councilwoman Taylor.
We've reached the 3-minute limit.
One final point.
Yes, sure.
That she had received phone calls. I don't know the number, but typically people contribute to firefighters $1 or $2 at a time. They take the change out of their ashtray. So it would seem to me that there are hundreds of thousands of people that support this effort, and I would ask that you do too. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Gene Hunt. Okay. Reverend Lori Walking.
I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Reverend Lori Walkie. I live at 5219 North Miller Place. I am a minister at Mayflower Congregational UCC. I speak as a member of Voice and as a member of the clergy in the faith community of Oklahoma City. And I ask the City Council to consider the unintended consequences of this ordinance. We have been assured that the city will not start throwing people in jail for panhandling, but the reality of how our criminal justice system works says otherwise. If a person cannot pay or if they do not show up for a court hearing, a bench warrant could be issued, ultimately leading to jail, an unintended but likely consequence of this ordinance. It is almost certain that this will happen to those who are cited and cannot pay the fine or miss the court date, particularly because of the circumstances of the population this ordinance targets. Oklahoma County Special Judge Donald Easter told Oklahoma Watch that between October 2014 and February of 2015, the court increased the number of bench warrants issued for failure to pay debt from fines and fees from an average of about 1,000 warrants a month to 4,000 warrants a month. The ordinance will only add to this already ballooning number, an unintended but likely consequence. Fines and fees are already overwhelming people in the criminal justice system. It makes little sense to pile more debt onto people who are already begging for money. In Oklahoma County, the district court has about 124,000 open cases in which offenders owe a total of about $110 million. If the only way an ex-offender can pay his or her fines and fees, it seems likely that they will return to crime, which does nothing for public safety and invites the individual, it pushes the individual back into a system that promotes a cycle of poverty and desperation, another unintended but likely consequence. The faith community sees this as an opportunity to work for the common good, to help more than just one. We ask the City Council to take another look at this ordinance. There are other options that will move us towards getting people the resources they need and increase public safety without using the tired and ineffective system of fines and fees. I urge the City Council to work with community partners like Voice and the Homeless Alliance to create a comprehensive plan. Unintended consequences shouldn't be an afterthought. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Reverend Tim Lucian.
My name is Tim Lucian, and I live at 5024 North Grove. I'm the pastor of St. Charles Borromeo Catholic Church and a member of Voice. I know that it has become apparent to many of us that there's an increased number of people needing help on our streets, and that has driven lots of us to ask those questions, why? And I have many parishioners who come to me and ask. Some people feel guilty because they give, and they wonder if they're supplying people with things that are not healthy for them, and some people who feel guilty for not giving and wondering if they're just being selfish. And I think that this proposed ordinance is a try at a quick fix for something that's uncomfortable, and that's to see the number of people who are in need at a time in which many of us hear that everyone is doing so well. And so I would ask for you to oppose this ordinance, which would probably put the onus on the police officers who would be then asked, and we would rather use them to continue with their work and continue to support us in our public safety. And so we ask you to consider opposing this ordinance.
Thank you, Reverend. Cecilia Robinson Woods.
I sat there all morning starving. I put something in my mouth. You called on me. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I actually came up with not intending to bring up the profiles of homeless because I did not want to taint what I'm about to say, but thankfully everyone before me did. I am here to support the ordinance because I'm worried about our truly most vulnerable, our children. As a superintendent of Millwood Public Schools right now, we have a situation in which our main thoroughfare is attracting panhandlers to the point that parents are complaining to me, and there's really nothing I can do about it because they have a right to be there. But if it were your child who had to take public transportation or missed the bus and had to walk to school and had to avoid the median or the sidewalks where panhandlers were, you would also have concern. And right now, that's the situation that we are facing at Millwood. And so while I support the Curbside Chronicle, I give to the homeless, I support panhandlers outside of my work residence. At 6724 Martin Luther King, my kids should not have to walk past panhandlers to meet their legal obligation of coming to school. And so I support the ordinance because our children ought to be protected from people who they've already characterized for you. And an unforeseen consequence for that, we don't want to imagine what could happen if there's someone out there on drugs or mentally ill and my kids have to walk past them on the way home. So I support the ordinance for those reasons.
Thanks, Cecilia. Stan Bassler? Okay. Suzanne Nichols?
Good morning. I'm Suzanne Nichols. I live at 5604 North Warren, that's Ward 1. And I am a leader with a Neighborhood Action Group with Voice. Several months ago, we began meeting with the neighborhoods of that corridor between 23rd and 39th on Pennsylvania Avenue, which is where my church is. And we began meeting with the neighbors around that area. We heard stories about the lack of police presence, even when there was property damage. We also discussed the growing homeless populations as well as the panhandlers in our part of town. We are searching for an action that's not just to move the homeless and the panhandlers around, but to find services for those people in need. Our solution was a public education program about why panhandling occurs and how it might be stopped. We developed a plan aimed at the giver, educating the giver instead of the person in need, to teach givers that they could help more than one by giving to social service organizations or churches. We provided a plan to Councilwoman Salyer, but have yet, the only response we've really gotten was a proposed ordinance, which we didn't discuss at all. We were surprised and shocked when that happened and began to review that. This expanded ordinances and the related enforcement activities are not what we think is best for this situation. Raising the levels of activity in the city in the areas that are already a burden, such as police, courts, and jails, are not a good use of our limited resources. These actions will not help more than one. They will either be unenforced or they will bring more people into the criminal justice system on failure to pay bench warrants and jail time for failure to post bond, which would be the warrant or how much their fine was and their court cost. Neither option will help people who are in need. Voice continues to support an education program that will work in a compassionate way with those in need and will help dry up the support for panhandlers. If there's no money being given, there won't be a panhandler. We can help more than one if we choose to use our resources as expanding the homeless outreach team that the Oklahoma City Police have developed, if we educate roadside givers, and if we increase the social service budget of the city. Please consider these options before you adopt a new ordinance and help us help more than one.
All right, thanks, Suzanne. Mark Falk.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Falk, and yes, I do have an address. It is 803 Northwest 32nd Street. I am not homeless, so I'm one of the lucky ones. I'd like to start by addressing what was just talked about children having to walk past the homeless as they leave school, and point out that this ordinance would put them out of the median and onto the curbs and the sidewalks where the children would have to walk past the homeless on their way to school. This is not an issue. Secondly, I want to start with this. I want to do a little history lesson. I'm a filmmaker. I'm working on a film about the prison industrial complex. We talk about the school-to-prison pipeline. We talk about a lot of things. Well, this is the poverty-to-prison pipeline. It is a very, very clear issue. Once you put these people into the system as homeless, they will not get out. They will return. Now, I want to read something to you. This is a very similar ordinance. This says, all men without lawful employment or business or found unlawfully assembling themselves together, either in the day or nighttime, shall be deemed vagrants, and on conviction thereof shall be fined in a sum not exceeding $50. Now, ours is $500, so we've upped the ante. Or imprisoned at the discretion of the court, not exceeding 10 days. Does anybody know what that is? That was the black codes. Immediately following the Civil War, the South enacted black codes with the sole purpose of punishing people who were black. In this case, we're adding the poor to the list. We're adding the white poor. We're adding the Hispanic. We're adding the Native Americans. We're expanding that. We are putting them in the prison system. We say it is for safety, but there is no safety here. There is no safety. I have been a block away when they found people frozen to death under the underpass on the way to our state capitol. That is an issue of safety. That is an issue of compassion. You know, this is welcome to Oklahoma City. I am fifth generation. We came here in the land run. Meg Salyer, I feel like I'm talking like Clint Eastwood right now, talking to an empty chair. But if Meg were here, I would appeal to her sense of morality. But she's not. She apparently felt that it was detrimental to her, lifestyle to have to listen to her constituents and the citizens of Oklahoma City, so she left you guys holding the bag.
Correction, I'm going to correct you right there. Meg is ill at the moment and could not be here.
Okay.
So I respectfully leave you to retract that statement.
I appreciate it. I will not retract it. She was not too ill to go in front of the press repeatedly over the last 2 weeks to hype her ordinance based on what she says is safety. What it is this. It is out of sight and out of mind.
Thanks for coming down.
No, I would like to finish. She took part of my time. I'd like to say this. We can do this one of two ways. We can take a proactive approach, and we can help these people. We can do like Utah did, where they eliminated homelessness by giving people homes. That is the root of the problem. The problem is not panhandling. The problem is poverty. And I just encourage you to look at your own selves and your own morality and see this as a moral issue in a city that cares about its own citizens. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bob Waldrop. You know, Bob, before you get up here, I've just noticed the time. Our recording device that records council meetings has a 4-hour limit. It takes us about 5 minutes to switch out the material so we can continue the recording device. And we want to make sure that everything that is spoken here today is recorded. So I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back at 12:30.
That's not time enough to get to the Coney Island.
I will rejoin the meeting, and Bob Waldrop is our next speaker.
My name is Bob Waldrop. I live at 1524 Northwest 21st Street. And if I had 179 more votes, we might not be having this conversation today because I would be sitting there instead of Meg. But I didn't, so we know how the fortunes of war and elections go. We've talked about public safety this morning, and we've heard a really interesting comment from a public school person. And I want to say that I think that's a different issue. Those are different issues. Assault is assault. It's a legal matter. We have these situations, I think, because we have the same number of police today that we had 20 years ago, and we have many more police that are assigned to special squads, so we have fewer police patrolling beats and just kind of keeping the problems down out in our communities. And I think the situation, that the solution to situations such as we heard about at the schools is to have police on bicycles patrolling those beats and making sure that everyone is protected and safe. It's been said that Oklahoma City has plenty of charitable resources that people don't need to panhandle, and I'm here to say that's not true. My organization, the Oscar Romero Catholic Worker House, delivers food every month to people in need, and we stop taking requests for deliveries on the third day of the month. We make about 350 deliveries every month, and if I had the money and the people to do the deliveries, I could do 1,000, and that would only scratch the surface of the need. Contrary to some claims in the public conversation about this, it is not easy to be poor in Oklahoma City. I often say that poor people who have the ability should leave. They should go to a different place where there's a decent public transportation system and in a state where the state went for the expansion of Medicaid. It's a very hard place to be poor, and panhandling effectively is the last gasp of the social safety net. It is the cry of those who are weakest among us. Much has been made about how some panhandlers are allegedly scamming the system. Some claim that panhandling is a way to make a lot of money. These claims are made by people who have never stood out there all day in the hot sun, the freezing cold, or the driving rain asking people for money. I think these are urban myths that we circulate to make us feel better about ignoring the structures of sin in our economics that make so many poor people. Instead of picking on panhandlers, why don't we do something about the laws and regulations that prevent people from becoming micro-entrepreneurs and lifting themselves up by their bootstraps? And it is a terrible irony and tragedy that this law takes direct aim at the one program out there that does that, and that is the Curbside Chronicle. The economic cost of this law will have to include the cost of fighting it in the courts, because there will be a long line of people out there willing to get cited, and we will go all the way to the Supreme Court to defend our religious and constitutional rights in this matter. And finally, the Bible says, "Be not forgetful to be kind to strangers, because thereby many have entertained angels unawares." Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Georgie Rasco.
Georgie Rasco, 2206 Northwest 17th Street. I'm here today speaking to you as the Executive Director of Neighborhood Alliance. Neighborhood Alliance is not a membership organization. We do support the work of over 400 different neighborhood associations, of which about 326 of them are in the Oklahoma City area. So decisions like this don't come easy for us. This is only the third time in my 12 years of being an executive director that we have come out in favor of or opposition to an ordinance. And we do that, our board of directors and myself are the ones that make those decisions, and we do that only after listening carefully to our constituents and what they say. So we are very much in favor of Meg Salyer's ordinance on the median safety issue. And it is a median safety issue. We have talked about this issue with different city employees for years because of complaints that we've had from neighborhoods. And every single issue that's come up has been that it's not about we don't want panhandlers. It's not about that we care less for the poor. It's not about that it's a homeless versus non-homeless issue. It's not even about compassion versus not being compassionate. What it's about truly is about safety, and I know that's been argued here today. but that's the only reason that we signed on to support this ordinance. We do hear from people constantly about the safety issues of people standing in a median, and I do think that that's exactly what this ordinance addresses. It was never, in my conversations with Meg, never intended to outlaw panhandling in any way. It was never intended to do anything more than to say that there's no business that their business model should include selling or doing anything from a median. And unfortunately, this puts us on the wrong side of some of our dear friends at the Homeless Alliance and a sister nonprofit, and that's an uncomfortable position for us to be. However, we do still feel strongly that this ordinance will be successful for Oklahoma City. We do recognize that one of the unfortunate pitfalls of this ordinance might be the Curbside Chronicle. That is a wonderful organization and wonderful magazine that Homeless Alliance supports. However, again, no business model should include people standing on a median. We wouldn't even think about it if the Girl Scouts decided part of their selling mechanisms were to sell from the medians. We wouldn't think about it if the Energy decided that they wanted to give away tickets by hiring people to stand on the medians. That would be unsafe, and we as a city would probably step up and say, that's just not a good idea. So why do we turn a blind eye suddenly because they're poor, because they're disenfranchised? Why do we say, well, then safety really isn't an issue for you. I'm going to allow you because you're poor. I don't think that's exactly what the city wants to do. We don't want anybody to be hurt, and we don't want to wait till someone is hurt in order to decide and step back and say this was something we should have looked at. As far as the issue with the ticketing and the fines for poor people, I can't speak for the police department, but I know from talking with many police officers that fining and ticketing is the last resort, that they do want to have a tool in their toolbox that they can encourage people to be safer about their public opinions and getting what they need in the public. So if they have the tool that says move away from the median, that can certainly help them at that toolbox. However, if we have citizens, whether they're poor or rich, that continue to disregard the public safety and disregard police, encouraging them to do the right thing and go within the law, yes, a fine might be appropriate at that point. So we do stand very strongly in favor of this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Georgie. Janine Crouch.
I'm Janine Crouch, and I live at 5300 West Memorial Road here in Oklahoma City. I didn't really prepare anything to say, so I'm sorry ahead of time. Forgive me if it's a little out of order. I know you all know already that our city is a model in the way that all the services, the ministries, the organizations who work with the homeless and the poor and the mentally ill are cooperative and a true alliance. The city has helped get task force for, police to go and meet the people who are homeless. They're taking they're seeing the homeless as they are, they're people. And we know that if these people are fined by asking for help, which they will be, then who is going to be helping them pay these fines are these organizations that the city, it's not, what I'm trying to say is if the city fines them, it's going to be hindering the very support that the city is getting in helping the homeless, because it's going to take away the funds they're using now for medical care, housing, clothing, food. You know what I'm saying? And so I just think that would not be a forward-moving city that we want to be if we're working against each other. And that being said, also, the people, like they've said, other people, it's safe, it's fairly safe, relatively safe to be on the median. For the people, it's not confrontational for the ones asking for help. Even though they are embarrassed to ask for help, it's not as humiliating for them. They don't have as much thrown at them if it's not face-to-face. And the people in the car have a choice. If they don't want to help, they can keep their window up, they don't have to look if they're embarrassed. And if they do want to help, that's their choice. That's a choice we have in this city, really doesn't have the right to take that away. So that's all. Thank you for listening. I oppose the ordinance.
Thank you for your interest. All right, that concludes the public hearing today. There is no vote today. As you probably know, the vote will be set for October 13th.
There is a vote, Mayor. We do need to amend it.
Oh, I know there's a vote, but I think what they're expecting or might be expecting is a final vote to put this into our books, and that takes place on October 13th. The vote you hear today is simply to move it forward to that vote. Council is not required or even expected to speak at this time, but I know better. So
I asked the chief city to talk about how the police would enforce this and like what priority
I think that's a
level
good
it would
point,
be.
James, and it can wait 2 weeks, but we have people here today. They might appreciate the opportunity to hear from the police chief. Chief, I'll ask for James. How do you expect this ordinance to be enforced, and are you equivalating it to the taxation on the poor, which is, I think been suggested here today that in the mean-spiritedness of the act?
Well, I'd like to before I answer that question, I'd like to be able to say, kind of echo what Georgie said, and that it puts you in a very uncomfortable situation when there's so many in here that you've worked with and as a police department advocate for, whether it's the mentally ill or whether it's the homeless. I mean, we've worked with the Homeless Alliance, and Dan Strong, of all people, knows how we feel about what we do and how we can work with them to help. So it does put you in, and heaven forbid the fire department. We work well with the fire department. I hate to put myself in the middle of that, but that being said, as police chief, I'll echo what I said 6 or 7 years ago when this same exact ordinance came before the council, and I said it was a public safety issue, and I still believe that is today. I think it's the second most risky place to be at that intersection, besides actually being in the street, is in that median, which is built and made to be a traffic control device. That median separates cars. It's for the safety within that median. So to be in that median puts yourself in a place, to put yourself in harm's way in 3 different directions, actually. It does put yourself with the left-hand turn lane. It puts you in a position from the opposite direction. It also puts you in a place with traffic that's going counter to you in the other direction. So it actually puts you at risk in 3 different areas in that intersection, and a lot of things can happen. That is the riskiest place to be besides being on the corner or the sidewalk. Right now we primarily respond to complaints. Officers in their divisions will enforce these ordinances that are currently in place, which basically says, you can't step into the street to accept money, you can't block traffic, those types of things. That's a dangerous place to be. Obviously, in the median, currently you can stand there. If you step into the street, that's where your enforcement comes from. We enforce, the division officers enforce that. In many cases, what they do is they stop and remind the individuals, you can't be in the street. That's the basic offense, because just about everywhere else, including the median, it's okay to be. So the officers will enforce that, and many times they don't have time to, and it's a low priority, don't have time to do all that, and they'll ask somebody to abide by the law. If they don't, and it happens over and over again, then they will be cited. In most cases, when a person's cited, they are just given a ticket, and they are what we call OR'd, released on their own recognizance as a result of that. If they don't have ID, if there's a warrant out for them in some violation, then they will be taken to jail and be required to post bond. That happens less than actually writing a person a citation. The other side of that is that most of that enforcement is done by somewhat covert operations. If we've got a series of complaints that are over and over again with these violations in the intersection, then we will actually go out in the intersection and monitor that and see if those violations occur, and then those individuals will be cited to try to reduce the number of people violating that in the intersection. So that's primarily how it's enforced.
Yeah, there's a theme I heard over and over again that we would put people into some sort of cycle of debt, and that they would be in a more desperate situation than they were in before. Can you respond to that?
Well, the reality of that is that if you pass this ordinance, what's going to happen is they're not going to be in the intersection, so they're not going to get issued a citation. They'll be on the street corner. This ordinance isn't going to significantly limit somebody from panhandling. All it does is keep them out of the meeting, and that's a smaller percentage than the individuals that are on the corners. So if you pass this ordinance, we won't be issuing many citations. We'll still be issuing citations for people being in the street because they will continue to do that from the curb line, but they won't be in the medians, and there won't be a lot of citations issued for people being in the medians because they know that the ordinance prohibits them from being there. They know they're not supposed to be in the street, but it's pretty hard to refrain yourself if somebody's handing money from a car to not step into the street. So I don't anticipate it being any more or any less as far as the number of citations, because the ordinance still is going to exist that panhandlers can't step into the street to panhandle or to accept money, and that's going to continue, and that's going to be the primary violation that we're going to be citing.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council to direct to Chief City?
Yeah, I have two questions. One would seem, it would not seem that all medians are created equal. I mean, this city started out with streetcar lines, and that's why we have some medians that are enormous versus some medians that might be 4, 5, 6 feet wide. I mean, is there a difference?
There can be, because if you're building a median where there's a lot of foot traffic, say if you're talking about downtown and you're going to build medians where there's a lot of street traffic, or there is going to be rail at some point and they're specifically built for foot traffic, then I think there could be a difference, but it would have to be addressed specifically in the ordinance.
But Chief, I mean, I've been in multiple cities where people are loading by the dozens and even the hundreds onto public transportation lines on a median.
Right.
I mean, it's hard for me to get my arms around that. That you could have so many people huddled in a median with people going, that those cities would allow it if they had the empirical data that people were being injured.
Well, the other factor to that is that in most of those cases, the speed limit will be 20, 25 or less. In most of those cases where it's allowed to have people standing in the median to access, public transportation. In most medians in Oklahoma City where most of this occurring that's not the case. You're looking at speed limits of 40 or greater. And so, that's significant when it comes to safety. I mean, if you look at a school zone, you have to slow down to 25. That doesn't mean you still couldn't hit a child. It just means you have a less chance of hitting a child and a better chance of stopping if there is a person there. So there's some differences there, and I mean they're kind of built for that. So,
what about the argument that somebody said in the left-hand turn lane, and when people are stopped at the intersection, you really don't have high speeds, but if we displace those from the median to the side of the road, you're actually going to expose them to faster traffic?
Well, usually on the side of the road, depending on, you'll have at the max, you'll have traffic coming from two directions. In the median, you don't just have traffic just on the turn lane. You have it coming from three directions. You have it coming from the turn lane. You have it coming from the opposite direction with your back turned to them in many cases, because you're not stopping or soliciting traffic that's moving. And then also in front of you on the intersection actually itself, where if an accident's going to happen in the intersection, it's going to happen in that roadway between two cars in many cases. And then there's really no control over that once the vehicle's hit. And it puts people at risk. I think it puts people at higher risk in the median than it does. I'm not saying people aren't at risk if they're on the curb. On the curb, they are. I mean, if they're close to traffic, it could always happen, but they're at greater risk if they're within that traffic control device in the median because of the amount of traffic they're subjecting themselves to.
But as we're asked to make a policy question, do we have data, do we have empirical data that studies? I mean, ostensibly, this is a public safety issue, not a public panhandling issue. So ostensibly, there would be some data that's driving that, and we would have looked at it over the last year. We'd divide out pedestrian accidents by where they occurred. Is it in the crosswalk? Is it on the median? Is it on the side of the road? I mean, there must be some data if we're being asked to make a policy decision to guide us.
Well, a lot of the data, I mean, you could get to that data if you want to dip down and pull every traffic accident report and manually go through it, but it's not, we don't keep that where you can automatically pull that up. We keep data and statistics on vehicles accidents within that intersection. You can pull up data for pedestrian accidents in the intersection. Now, whether or not they're standing on the median or in the crosswalk, you'd have to dig deeper into the reports and pull that kind of data. You're not going to have a huge number of people that are hitting the medians, primarily because there's not many people that stand in the medians. You're talking about a very small group here that stand in the medians.
What are we doing here?
Well, because it is a risk, it is a problem, and I concur with when I see children that are allowed to use the median, and I'm at fault. I'll give to kids, and I'll give to a football team, or I'll give to somebody if they're out there trying to raise funds. But to have them in the medians, even to have them on the curbs running down the street, puts them at some risk, but it doesn't put them as great a risk if you've got them running in the median. The median is a larger risk, and it is a larger public safety issue than having somebody panhandling along the side of the road. Not saying there isn't a risk there also, because there is. But I just, from a police department standpoint, and from a person that's seen a lot of accidents and seen a lot of things over his last 38 years, that median is not a particularly safe place to be.
I want to ask you one other question, and this risks going off on a completely different tangent. But one thing that I'm wondering about when we're talking about unintended consequences is the police use of body cameras, which we're getting ready to go into this uncharted territory. And there's a discrepancy between management and the FOP as to whether you can have supervisors just watch randomly or whether you can't. It occurs to me, extrapolating only on my own because nobody has said this to me, it occurs to me that one issue may be that right now we impart to our officers discretion. They can pull us over on a traffic ticket, and I was speeding, I broke the law, but they make the decision to let me go. So inherent in the police profession is some level of discretion. I'm wondering if now, with police cameras, is there the possibility that discretion is taken away? There has to be where police officers are pulling people over, there's a joint in the car, they tell them to throw it away and drive home. Get home, because they check the record, there's okay. One the driver's drunk and the passenger is not drunk, they tell the passenger to drive, kids, get home. So they have the discretion. One thing that occurs to me is maybe we're on an era where that discretion may be going away, where if you come up to somebody on the median and you see that they've had a warrant, you might give them a warning or you might tell them to get off the median, but now if everything's being videotaped and they have a warrant, then you've got to go ahead and commit and take them down to county and spend half a day dealing with that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I have quite a few. Well, the most immediate one, if they have warrants, they have to take them downtown. That's in our policies. If you've got warrants, they have to take them downtown to post bond because they have not paid their fine, they have not appeared in court. So there's no discretion there. Now, body cameras will, on an individual basis, may affect an officer's discretion. But in reality, you're implying that if there's body-worn cameras and it's visible to the public, then they're not going to use that discretion would imply that we're hiding something when we deal with the public. And in most cases, officers don't hide that. If something happens and we ask, what did you do on the call? It may not even be a report, but it may be a traffic stop where you're saying some kids in the back seat had some beer and then they can pour it out. It may not even be in a report. But if you go 3 blocks down and they have an accident, a serious accident, we work that accident, and there's beer cans in the car, and we find out an officer stopped them 3 blocks away, then there may be some questioning of the officer as to why they did or they didn't. Now, does that make it a violation? It just depends. Depends. I mean, that officer can have some discretion. And the body cameras really shouldn't change that, because in most cases, the officers are really honest about the discretion they use. They know they're allowed to have that on minor offenses. There's areas in our policies and procedures that say there is no discretion. This is what you have to do. They're on serious offenses. So implying that, I mean, you're always going to have challenges like that, but again, if you're talking about being on the median, if you want to correlate that back to this ordinance, you're not going to have people standing on the median. You're not going to have people that they don't want to get a ticket. Panhandlers don't want to get a ticket. They don't want to be arrested. They don't want to be stopped by police. If they know specifically that panhandling is not, because that's an easy thing to enforce. It's harder to enforce somebody stepping in the street because you may have to sit there an hour before you see somebody step into the street on panhandling. But you don't have to sit there for an hour if they're standing in the median. It's an automatic. It takes minutes.
What I hear you saying is that we're not going to decrease panhandling, we're going to displace it away from the median, which will be a safer way for it to occur.
Correct.
Okay, and will police officers have the implicit discretion to give warnings to those who are in the median?
Absolutely, they do now, and it happens.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Pete?
I'll try to keep it brief. Two things. One, I'm struck with the fact that this ordinance has nothing to do with the problem at the school. John and I talked about that a moment ago. I don't see how this ordinance fixes that school problem at all. It needs to be fixed, but I don't see how this ordinance does that. The second thing, with regard to the number of people that are incarcerated because of fines, Oklahoma City has not followed. There was a lady that talked about what Judge Easter had said about the county. Our projections are exactly the opposite. We have reduced the amount of people. The best gauge of it is the amount of money that the city pays the county for jail time. In last fiscal year, that dropped by $420,000. Our policies at our city courts are not to incarcerate people for debt, and they're pretty well it's broadening a little bit because of the warrant thing creates because the police department arrests somebody with a warrant, they're then brought to the jail. We're now trying to intervene at some point to have a Rule 8 hearing so that they won't be put in jail if they're in fact past the standard as a pauper. So I'm really very proud of that over what's gone on in the last year, and the proof is really in the pudding, and it was a $420,000 reduction in our jail expenses last year that resulted in that. And all that $420,000 would have come back, and it would have come back on the heads of people that couldn't have paid in the first place. So I'm very pleased with what we're doing there. And it wasn't really implemented for a full fiscal year. It may be more significant in this upcoming fiscal year.
I just think we might have a little bit of a communication problem with the public. First of all, I have a hard time believing that this is really about public safety as opposed to panhandling. When you introduced today, you said panhandling, because I think that was honest. Every newspaper story, news story has all been about panhandling. We haven't said that's not accurate. It's all, panhandling has been the focus. The conversations I've had over the last year have been, well, how could we survive a legal challenge? Well, we can't have exceptions. We can't have the fire except because then you wouldn't be able to pass a legal challenge. Today, I mean, this idea of the public safety, this amendment is like, we haven't even voted on it yet. We introduced it today halfway through the process. So did enough thought go into before? I mean, why isn't this amendment? We're introducing political speech into this today, whereas it wasn't 2 weeks ago. We're changing the ordinance significantly today. So obviously, maybe enough thought didn't go into that. But I believe that we're modifying it because we're worried about legal challenges, and that's what's making us move, as opposed to making policy decisions on public safety based on data, which I don't see that we have any. And I like to make policy decisions based on empirical data, especially when one of our stated policies is maybe to build a streetcar line where we've got enormous numbers of people in the median. But here we're talking about banning it. The second thing is that my reading of the literature is that cities can introduce these kind of ordinances, but those that do it in isolation, they don't work. And even our own police chief has said you're not going to decrease panhandling. You're only going to displace it. But you have to have a comprehensive solution that includes public education, adequate social services, and informal social controls like signage or something at the problematic intersections. You can't just have this in isolation and expect it to work. You can't spend $121,000 out of $1 billion budget on social services and expect there not to have these kind of problems. So we need a comprehensive solution. That's exactly what Roy Williams of the Chamber was saying when we talked about the county jail, that they're taking a step back and looking at a comprehensive solution, looking at mental health, looking at substance abuse and addiction and the lack of resources in Oklahoma City, and that it has to be a comprehensive solution to work. Having these punitive measures in isolation are not going to work. And maybe the most bothersome was Dan Strawn, besides going to jail, the fact that you've got a warrant and you've got things that would deny you social services because of your record is very problematic to me. And it's not just a matter that somebody might have to go to prison. It's that we might inadvertently increase homelessness and poverty by disqualifying people from certain services because of what's on their record.
Mm-hmm. Who's next? All right. How about a motion then to move this forward for a vote and scheduled in 2 weeks?
Make a motion that it move forward and be set for final hearing on October the 13th.
All right. Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Thanks, everyone. All right. We're still on items from council, and item 11B has been pushed forward by Councilman White, Pettis, and Shadid. Pete, you kind of took the lead on this. You want to speak?
Yes. It's really pretty straightforward, and especially it's straightforward in Oklahoma City. Some of the conversation last 2 weeks ago had to do with Columbus and what a scoundrel he was, but that doesn't really have anything to do with the ordinance in Oklahoma City because we don't officially celebrate Columbus Day, so we're not replacing Columbus Day with anything, because we don't celebrate Columbus Day. I think that really kind of makes it a simpler solution. I know there's some people signed up to talk, and I want to hear from them, but I think it makes the decision an easier one if we don't have that other portion in it. We can make it just based on the fact that this is Oklahoma. We have a heritage with indigenous people that is such a part of our heritage. I mean, it's probably more so, or as much so as any other state in the union. I think that'll be better brought out by those that are more directly affected than I am. But I think it's a much cleaner matter than it was 2 weeks ago. And so I'd just like to hear from maybe John or Ed may have a comment on it. But it's just one of those things that it's the right thing to do. But I think they have. Anyone that has endured what they've had to endure to get to their 3 minutes at the podium ought to be able to talk. So.
Okay. Ed, do you want to say anything before we hear him?
Well, I want to do everything I can to ensure passage, so let me tell you how opposed to this I am. I think this is, in my medical practice, I don't like to be the first or last to do anything. And I think we're not the first. We've got multiple cities across America, multiple states that are doing this. Let's not be the last. I think these dominoes are going to fall. This is not going to endure. Throw out President's Day, and there's really only two historical figures that we celebrate. One is Martin Luther King, one's Christopher Columbus. Not even in the same league. Diametrically opposite on so many grounds. But it's really, as Pete said, it's really not about. It is about Columbus, but it's about maybe not subtracting anything as much as adding an acknowledgement that there was tremendous suffering, there was tremendous contributions over the millennia, and we celebrate that here in Oklahoma more than maybe we should be at the front side. We're not going to be first, but we should be on the front end of that because of what a substantial population here we have in Oklahoma and all the distinguished contributions that have been made. This is just as was said, we don't We don't acknowledge Columbus Day as a city, so this is just an acknowledgement of the contributions and the gratitude that we have to the indigenous populations, of which are so substantial in number in Oklahoma City and in Oklahoma. And so I'm very excited about it. I think it's very forward-thinking. Anadarko just did it, and I'm very excited that we're addressing this today.
All right. John, do you want to say anything prior to
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Shadid took up my time, so I have no further comments but to say I agree with Councilman White and Councilman Shadid.
Okay. Tracy Burrows, now remind everyone we're asking them to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Tracy Newcomet Burrows. I'm from the Caddo Nation. I'm on tribal council. I'm the Oklahoma City representative for my tribe. I represent...
Give us your address, please.
1507 Northwest 19th Street.
Okay, thank you.
I represent over 1,000 Caddo Nation members, and I'm speaking out in support of Indigenous Peoples Day. You know, we are very grateful and thankful, I'm sure everyone here is, that we are not defeated culturally, spiritually, or linguistically, because there's so many examples of how important Native American culture is to Oklahoma. Our state seal has the 5 civilized tribes seals on it. The seal of Oklahoma City has a pipe, eagle feathers, and post oak leaves on it, of which Miss Kersey is the custodian of. Even in this chamber, with our state flag proudly displayed that has more Native American symbolism than any other flag in the United States, the Cherokee Gothic lights that are shining down on us represent Native Americans. The American Indian Cultural Center will soon be adding more tourist dollars to this city, hopefully. And the tourists who are here are looking for more Native American art, culture, and events. And Red Earth is already a very successful and profitable event for this city. Natives are an important part of the tourist dollars for Oklahoma City. And based on my research, there are no statues or plaques on any publicly held land in the state of Oklahoma that has Christopher Columbus. The only financial reason I can find for the state to continue with this, not the city, but for the state to continue, is it's a day off for the state. And Natives find him to be offensive and reprehensible. And his outline for the slave trade had profound consequences on this great nation. So please consider voting for Indigenous Peoples Day to honor the natives that you so liberally use to create tourist dollars, and to honor us in a way that is an outward expression of an inward belief. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Sarah Adams Cornell.
Good afternoon, honored council members. My name is Sarah Adams Cornell, and I live at 2833 Northwest 43rd Street in Oklahoma City. I am a lifelong citizen of our great city and a member of the Choctaw Nation. I also serve as activist in residence for the Center of Social Justice at the University of Oklahoma. I serve as a board member for the OK Choctaw Tribal Alliance and a member of Idle No More Central Oklahoma. I also serve as the vice chairman on the Oklahoma City Public School Native American Student Services Parent Action Committee. I had the honor to speak to many of you over the past week. I thank you for your frankness in our conversation. I will be addressing a few of the questions posed that I think may be beneficial for all of our council members to hear. One question asked was, why can't we designate a different day for Indigenous Peoples Day? My answer, the atrocities committed by Columbus were inflicted upon the indigenous people of this land. It makes sense that we would honor those most impacted by the cruelty as a way to celebrate our thriving culture and heritage as it exists today. Which leads directly into the next question posed. You seem to be as concerned with doing away with Columbus Day as you are with Indigenous Peoples Day. Our efforts are toward a dual purpose. While we recognize that the city does not formally celebrate Columbus Day, we can all agree that it is designated throughout our city in a multitude of ways. Are we concerned with eradicating a holiday that celebrates a man that committed murder, rape, torture, and began the transatlantic slave trade? Absolutely. My question to you is, why wouldn't we want to change this? What part of this story are we holding on to that is deserving of a holiday? I know hearing about atrocities is difficult. I don't like talking about them, but they are important to understand why this change is needed. By recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day, we offer our citizens something better, a celebration that will start conversation about our history and a step forward towards something that aligns more closely with the values of our community. I envision a festival where many tribes come together and people of all races and backgrounds are welcome to celebrate our diversity. People will travel from great distances to be a part of Indigenous Peoples Day in Oklahoma City, and it will be a beacon to our community that we are an inclusive group to all of our citizens. A question posed during my discussion with you were, why do you use the word Indigenous instead of Native American? Native American is a term used primarily for Indigenous people in the United States. Indigenous is a term that is inclusive to all people on this continent, all original people of this continent. Another comment made was that Indigenous People Day does not reflect that our nation is the best nation. Every nation is made up of both good and bad events, but a great nation will truthfully talk about and examine its collective history so as to move forward in a better way. A great nation offers justice when an opportunity arises. Our intention is not to blame or take away from anything, but to work together towards something that we can all be a part of and be proud of. In a state where a majority of cities and towns are Native American words, and a city council that proudly flies our state flag that is full of Native American symbols and imagery, our connection with Native people is symbolically represented. Let's couple that with actions to honor that sentiment.
Sarah, can you sum it up real quickly?
At the core, it's a civil rights issue. And we think that this is a great way to bring us all together for this place that we call home. We want the very same thing as you. Please partner with us and pass Indigenous Peoples Day. Thank you.
Thanks. Francis Danger.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Francis Danger, 800 West California, Muskogee Creek, Seminole. I'm humbled by the opportunity to address you today. I know you have had a lot of information over the last few weeks asking for consideration of the resolution to make the second Monday in October Indigenous Peoples Day. It is my sincere hope that I can shine a different light on the absolute need for this honor. Historically speaking, Indigenous people have had our stories written by the winners. Our true stories are slowly dying out as elders who keep tradition alive by telling these stories walk on. Losing these stories is a tragedy, as it is sort of a continuation of the kill the savage, save the man ethos from years ago, and that pieces of our sacred culture are quite literally dying out. I was to use my time today to tell you why it is important to honor Indigenous people. To that end, I'd like to summarize the myriad of ways that we are already honored. During football season, we are honored as people paint their faces red and put faux sacred turkey feather war bonnets on to cheer on the Washington football team, a team whose name is a dictionary-defined racial slur. During baseball season, our TVs are filled with Cleveland fans donning cartoonish and stereotypical Chief Wahoo attire while war whooping and doing the tomahawk chop. We are also honored by Hollywood. The 1970s public service announcement about littering is one of the most identifiable Indigenous ads of all time. That commercial starred Iron Eyes Cody, who in real life was actually an Italian named Esparza Oscar de Corti. The tradition continues today with the casting of French-Canadian Rooney Mara to play Tiger Lily in the new feature film about Peter Pan. Indigenous people are also honored when they open their wallet. When we pull out a $20 bill, we are greeted with the face of Andrew Jackson, the man who enforced the Indian Removal Act, the architect of the genocide of Indigenous peoples. This is not new, however, as this country's own Declaration of Independence lists Indigenous people as merciless Indian savages. I'm sure I don't have to make clear to you that these are in no way honors. We've been asking for 40-plus years for the Washington football name to be changed. We've implored Nike to cease sales of Chief Wahoo merchandise. We've petitioned and tweeted and time again for Indigenous actors to be cast in Indigenous roles. And time again, our voices have not been heard. They are disregarded, as we are told we should see these as honors, as ways to bring our culture to the masses. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not honors. In fact, living in modern America today is, for Indigenous people, a series of tiny indignities. Every day you get into a car with a license plate emblazoned Native America, it is time to stand behind those words. It is time to give Indigenous youth a chance to see something other than the examples I've talked about today. It is time to honor the right way, in the way we are asking those that have come before, are here now, and will be here for ages to come. I ask today that you designate the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day and allow us to accept that honor from you with heads finally held high in hopes that our vibrant, amazing cultures will continue to echo throughout time. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Alicia?
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Onzawan, and I live at 18 Sioux Lane, McLeod, Oklahoma, and I'm an enrolled member of the Absentee Shawnee Tribe of Oklahoma. I'm here today in support of the resolution for Indigenous Peoples Day. Through the information presented to you today and even on the September 15th meeting, you all have heard of some of the historic and often little-known facts regarding the atrocities committed against Indigenous people by Christopher Columbus and those who accompanied him. We must now utilize this knowledge of historical truth to redirect our children and ourselves away from what we were erroneously taught in school curriculum and away from any indication of complicity of false hero adoration. We cannot rationalize a failure to do so, as the opportunity for positive change presents itself today in the form of this Indigenous Peoples Day resolution that has been presented to you. We request this not only on behalf of our children and grandchildren, we ask this on behalf of your children and grandchildren as well. Because as a community, our children instinctively call upon us all, placing their trust in us to lovingly guide them on a path of integrity. How can the foundation of our relationships with our children and grandchildren be based on anything less? Today, we respectfully stand before you, asking that the honorable members of the Oklahoma City Council pass a resolution officially declaring the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day. What better way to negate the historical atrocities of the past than to acknowledge and celebrate the beauty of all the Indigenous cultures of the Western Hemisphere? Thank you.
Thanks. Ashley McCrae.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley McCrae. I live at 1528 Elk Circle in Norman, Oklahoma. I'm a PhD student at the University of Oklahoma, and I am a tribal member of the Absentee Shawnee Tribe of Oklahoma, and I'm also Oglala Lakota. I am also a member of Indigenize OU, which has, as Council Member Ed Shadid has said, has been working to, there is lots of precedents for Indigenous Peoples Day, and Indigenize OU is working together with the Student Government Association at OU to pass this resolution, and hopefully that will be done today. Recognizing the second Monday of each October as Indigenous Peoples Day has a number of advantages for both the Native community and the larger Oklahoma City community. I perceive this step as a positive and proactive way to begin the larger conversation about restoring justice to Indigenous communities. By recognizing the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day, the Oklahoma City Council is telling the Indigenous community, we acknowledge you, you belong here, this is home. So please make us feel at home, let us know we belong here. Reassure us that you mean to restore justice to our communities. Let us celebrate our cultures, ways, identities, peoples, and celebrate them with us. Listen to our songs. Listen to us tell our stories. Watch our people smile and love. Hear our laughter. Try our food, because who doesn't like wojapi and taniga and fry bread and corn soup? Watch us dance. Celebrate us. Welcome us. As Seattle City Council Member Kshama Sawant said when his city was the first to officially celebrate the second Monday of every October as Indigenous Peoples Day, this is about taking a stand against racism and discrimination, learning about the history of Columbus and transforming this day into a celebration of Indigenous people and a celebration of social justice, allows us to make a connection between this painful history and the ongoing marginalization, discrimination, and poverty that Indigenous communities face to this day. Stand for us. While Columbus Day may not be officially recognized in Oklahoma City, the history that haunts that day cannot be silenced or ignored because it is our history and it is painful. Recognizing the second Monday of every October as Indigenous Peoples Day is a proactive and positive way to show you need to uplift the voices and spirits of our community and help rectify the wrongs of the past. That you mean to let us know we're home, that we can finally say this is our home. So please adopt this resolution. Pilama Yaye Niyawe. Thank you.
Thanks for coming down. I'll speak first, and then we can go there. I think that you guys make a passionate stance, and you bring up a lot of indignities. And those of us of European descent can't possibly know specifically everything that you and your ancestors have gone through. The forced relocation was an awful part of American history. And, when I go to the Western Heritage Center, the Trail of Tears and that statue is the most symbolic image I have when I leave. I mean, I can't imagine, that era and what the level of thinking was that went into thinking that was a good idea. Fast forward to today, I do think we do a lot of things in this community to make an attempt to celebrate American Indian culture. We hold a lot of events. We encourage others to hold events. But to a certain extent, this is also about Columbus Day. And so, perhaps it's easier for me to separate those things than it is for you. And I got to thinking to myself, what is Columbus Day to me? And to me, Columbus Day is not necessarily about the individual person. To me, it kind of represents this European invasion, that took place over several hundreds of years, that ultimately, kind of concluded in this grand experiment that is the United States. It's the most inclusive, or at least attempts to be, or claims to be the most inclusive culture that the known world has ever seen, and it brings in not just Europeans, but also people from the Middle East and Australia and other continents. And hopefully today includes American Indians and people who are indigenous to this continent and to South America. Because I had this kind of broader perception of Columbus Day, I decided I'm going to do a little more research. So I did a little research to see what the beginnings of Columbus Day were. The original introduction of Columbus Day, or at least the early efforts to promote Columbus Day, were slightly more narrow than mine. From my research, it was a late 19th century attempt by Italian Americans who were feeling persecuted, not accepted by the other cultures that already existed in the United States. And if you follow much of the late 19th century, you had the Irish and the Italians and the Germans, and welcoming in or being unwelcomed by the English and the French, who were in many cases already here. And the Italians felt persecuted, and the Catholic religion, Catholicism, was being singled out as being an unworthy religion. And so you had this attempt by Italian Catholics to try and celebrate this collection of cultures, to try and celebrate immigration. And so that was the original intent. That's where the Knights of Columbus comes in today, a charitable organization that is largely based with the Catholic Church. And so this is a very complicated issue. And to try and discern that a vote up or down today is an attack on an American Indian culture, or it somehow signifies support of what 15th century explorers thought was an appropriate way, I think is going a little bit too far. To me, to a certain extent, this is a trial about Christopher Columbus, and I don't feel educated enough to have a trial over Christopher Columbus about whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. Ed made a point that this is inevitable, and he might be right. I mean, I've seen things like this before. They first come up, people are a little uncomfortable, and within a few years or a decade or two, people are more comfortable, and it seems like the obvious thing to do. That may be the case here. I guess I'm just going to sum up my points. I'm not there yet, and I hope that no one feels insulted by my unwillingness to support the measure. So.
I'm not there yet either, and I want to tell you, I spent a lot of time thinking about this. 100 years ago, my grandfather came from Armenia to the United States, and he came here because what he called the first Holocaust, where 1 million Armenians were killed for practicing their Christian beliefs. And my grandfather would want people to remember that today. And he would want history to always talk about that and to understand what happened and make sure that doesn't happen again. I'm about all of us coming together, not being divisive. And I'm afraid right now, and I may change my mind someday, but right now I believe that in 2 weeks we'll be dealing with someone that wants to come and do Columbus Day. And we're going to have to decide whether we're going to have a Columbus Day. We don't have that right now. There are several tribes here in Oklahoma that have Indigenous Peoples Day. The UN has Indigenous Peoples Day on August the 9th. I'm all for a proclamation that supports that. I'm all for supporting greater education to explain the indigenous people in the United States and around the world. But I am not there yet either. Would my grandfather like to have a National Armenia Day? Would we remember the people that died in 1915? Sure he would. But I don't think we can just keep doing this over and over, and I'm not comfortable with it at this time.
All right. But yeah, Larry.
Thank you, Your Honor. I came at this in a little different approach, quite frankly. Rather than looking back, I was looking at the present and looking forward. And I would like to come up with something that would recognize our Indian brothers and sisters, that would celebrate their culture, that would honor them for all that they have done and all that they have contributed to help make the United States the best nation in the world, period. And I thought of 4 things that could be done that I thought were more important than voting for this particular day on October 14th. 1, we can support the American Indian Cultural Center, which has as its purpose to advance the culture, the recognition, the knowledge of all the Indian tribes in the United States. So we can all get behind that. Number 2, we can continue to support Red Earth, which is a tremendous event, which you all have already added to my thinking on that by saying that the popularity and the enthusiasm and the joy that it brings, so we can embrace Red Earth and things like that. Number 3, there was a cry for justice, and I would submit to you that justice was seen in Sunday's paper when the United States government acknowledged $186 million going to the Choctaw Nation and the Chickasaw Nation for improprieties that were done before the turn of the century. And that $186 million will address the pockets of poverty in the Choctaw and Chickasaw Nation, should there be needed. The chief of the Choctaw Nation, Gary Button, talked about improving education, health care for youth, senior citizens, combat drug and alcohol abuse. That's a positive thing. And if there are other injustices like that that are exemplary of our treatment of the Native Americans, then we need to rectify those. And then finally, in looking forward, I think we need to get on board and balance the rights that we have as citizens, the responsibilities that we have as citizens, to pass on to the next generation and for generations to come a heritage of brotherhood, togetherness, love, and compassion. So I cannot support this, but I hope you know where my heart is. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Pete?
Well, it's not a question of whether you're there yet or not, in my view. It's a question of what's the right thing to do. We shouldn't expect indigenous people to wait another 100 years before the government pays what they should have paid. That's a great example, but it's also a great example of 100 years of not doing what's the right thing. Over the last several years in this state, we've gradually, incrementally started to change things. The Native American symbolism on the automobile tag is one thing. Is the Guardian, Kelly Haney's sculpture on the top of the Capitol is another thing. Representative Lucas is pushing to make the Black Kettle Massacre Field in western Oklahoma a national monument is another thing, and having the story told the way it really happened to make to show. I just don't think you can continue to tell history. Somebody said history is told by the winners. You know, if the Little Bighorn story had been told by the winners, we'd have a whole different attitude about that. It depends on who your PR agent is. Obviously, Columbus had a hell of a lot better PR agent than the Norwegian, my family's people that came over here and really did discover this country from a European standpoint. They were here 100 years or 700 years perhaps before he got here. He was lost when he got here. I mean, so if we're going to take about, we have perverted history in order to justify it. I don't doubt what the mayor says about why it was done. Italian Americans were. They just picked the wrong guy, as far as I'm concerned. I just think it's wrong just to postpone justice because you're not ready yet. It seems to me that this is the time for this to happen. It's my understanding that the Student Senate at OU passed a resolution day before yesterday to say that they were going to follow this idea, and they debated the whole Columbus deal at some depth. It's going to the House at the Student House Representative and probably become the I don't know whether it's a law if the Student Senate at OU passes it or not, but with President Warren there, it might be a law if he supports it. But it is a question of passion, and I appreciate the comments about passion because it is a question of passion. But I don't know how long you can. I'm going to say it one more time, and then I won't say it again. I know the mayor's waiting for me to say it at least once more. You just can't postpone justice on the basis that I'm not ready to give it yet.
My take on history is the same as yours. I think that they had that intent. And I think that when it came out of the federal government, I think it was 1937, the idea was to honor that population. And we've had controversies in other cities where the Italian-American population may feel slighted. But ultimately, I think it goes to what Pete said, is that they chose the wrong person. Accidentally or inadvertently, or maybe because they weren't educated enough, they chose somebody who was responsible for genocide and mass murders and mass human rights violations on a scale that would be equivalent to many of the tyrants and dictators. You can't equate Germans with a certain dictator. You can't equate Russians with a certain dictator. You can't. So I think inadvertently, in trying to do something for Italian Americans, they did something that then was incredibly inflammatory to another ethnicity. And in 1937, I don't necessarily. They could have made that mistake, but in 2015, it's time to rectify that. And the federal government is going to celebrate Columbus Day. There's nothing we can do about that, but we can soften the blow as a city and acknowledge our indigenous population at the same time that the federal government still has Columbus Day. I do want to ask, just for a point of clarification, Mark, you said that you could support it, but on a different day? You didn't say that.
Sorry. I think it's divisive. I think in 2 weeks we'll have people in here wanting to have a Columbus Day, and then we'll have somebody else wanting to have another day. And holidays are limited. I'm all for a proclamation every year that reminds everybody of the Indigenous People Day, the UN Indigenous People Day on August 9th. I'm all for educating people about things that were done wrong in the past, because you've always got to embrace your past. You've always got to remember your past, or you're destined to make the same mistakes again. And I'm not ready to endorse this. I sincerely believe it is divisive, and it will pit groups of people against each other. And I'm more for unifying people and having people work together, looking forward to the future, not to the past.
And I understand that. So, okay, when I'm reading through the resolution, it doesn't really even mention Columbus Day. I mean, it says, other than the city of Oklahoma City doesn't acknowledge it. It basically says what you just said. I mean, it acknowledges the contributions, and it's just a proclamation of support, really.
Your Honor, that's not what it says.
Your Honor,
May I have the first sentence is, whereas the city of Oklahoma City has been encouraged to designate the second Monday in October from Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples' Day. That's the first sentence on there.
But we don't recognize Oklahoma. Well, that's what we've been asked.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't have that power. We don't have the power to designate.
Okay, it's obviously the intent, though, is to replace Columbus with Indigenous People Day. I mean, you heard it from them.
Or to supplement federal law with city law that says we have a proclamation of support on the same day. That's how I interpret it, but you can...
Okay. Yeah, David.
Yes, thank you. Well, let me throw this out real quickly to avoid any suspense. I do plan to vote in favor of this resolution. I was fortunate to attend an anniversary celebration last year in 2014 of Alan Hauser, the artist who is now on the Oklahoma license tag, his sculpture, his 100th birthday, but also celebrating the same time the 100th anniversary of the Chiricahua Apache's release from imprisonment, the whole tribe from Fort Sill, Oklahoma. They imprisoned the whole tribe just because they were among this tribe, children, women, and men. And so it was a combined celebration. We tack on that with the Trail of Tears. And then a very moving book is a book titled The Real All-Americans, which describes the story of a boarding school in Pennsylvania and the hardships that the American Indians were suffering at the time, early in the 1900s. I mean, there are just many examples of where American Indians have suffered. I understand that, and I want to support the American Indians, the Native Americans, anytime I can as a result of those actions. At the same time, you know, I think they're bringing forth what actually occurred with respect to Columbus and those who continue to settle the Western Hemisphere needs to be brought out, because when I attended school, you know, those issues just weren't addressed. Just as Mark addressed the Armenian genocide, which up to maybe 2 million were actually murdered, many of them Christians because of their beliefs, by the Ottoman Empire, which today the Turkey government still will not recognize ever took place. We don't want to be in that situation where we as a government body, I think we have a responsibility for bringing forth the truth and letting people really know what happened. So from that perspective, I will support this. Now, having said that, here's my concerns. One, the name indigenous versus American Indian or Native American is problematic for a non-sophisticated person like I am. I just don't use that term that often. I think it creates confusion and misunderstanding by the general public. If you wanted much wider support from the citizens, I think if you use the term Native American or American Indian Day, I think everybody would rally behind that term. Again, it's a personal opinion, and I know you're not here for suggestions. The other point, though, and this is something that personally impacted me, was I get the sense that there's a little bit of a chip on some of these proponents' shoulder. Not that I disagree or don't understand why it's there, but when you try to achieve something with a chip on your shoulder, I think you're going to be limited in your success. And I relate back to what could have happened with respect to the changing of the name of the mascot at Capitol Hill High School there were many people, many alums who were already growing uncomfortable with that term. Had they been given the opportunity to participate in that process as opposed to being excluded and this issue being forced on them, I think you would have gotten a much better response. And I'm just, again, I know you don't need my suggestions, I just get the same sense in this instance that we could have achieved a really great opportunity to really celebrate American Indians and Native Americans had we taken a different approach. So, thank you.
All right. You'll make a motion, Pete? All right. Cast your votes. The motion fails 4-4.
I'd like to ask that it be placed back on the agenda in 2 weeks.
I'd like to ask that it be placed on the agenda in 1 year. In 1 year as well, if needed.
All right. Comments from council. James, anything? Ed?
There's a meeting, not to compete with, we have a meeting at 6:30 at the Tower Hotel, Northwest Expressway, and by Integris Hospital at the Tower Hotel. We're looking at bus rapid transit and making pedestrian-friendly changes to 3 intersections, Blackwelder and Northwest Expressway, Independence and Northwest Expressway, and 23rd and Classen. And that's at 6:30 tonight. Thanks.
All right. Larry? Pete? David?
Yes, I didn't get to speak as much as some of the other members of council, so I'm not going to let this run out. I am so thankful for so many events coming up this weekend, the next weekend, and the following weekend. The Fiesta de las Americas in Capitol Hill and the Stockyards Stampede in Stockyards are going to be 2 great events. I hope to be able to attend both of them. But there's a third one, probably much less known, and it's the National Beat Poetry, B-E-A-T, festival occurring on Saturday at Oklahoma City University. Many of these authors and poets, Allen Ginsberg, Gary Snyder, Lawrence Ferlinghetti, Gregory Corso, Jack Cusack, are well known. Unfortunately, they created a lot of unrest in America, but it's a very important time in our nation's history, and their influence continued well into the 1950s and 60s, so I encourage those who have an interest in poetry as well as history to attend the festival. Thank you.
All right. John?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For those who are watching, Ward 7, we will have our town hall meeting on tonight, and it will focus on economic development, and we will talk about the Northeast Renaissance TIF plan. We also will have a presentation on the Kings Crossing development as well as the redevelopment of the Northeast Shopping Center. So the town hall will be tonight at 6:30 p.m. at the Greater Mount Olive Baptist Church, 1020 Northeast 42nd Street. So if you care about Northeast Oklahoma City, please come out and support. Thank you.
All right. Mark? All right. City manager reports. You had a suggestion.
I have a suggestion. I respectfully suggest that that item 12A be deferred till the next meeting. Craig Freeman, Finance Director, is here. He can respond to questions on B, C, and D, or if you have questions, we can field those by email or phone and respond to you.
Okay. Council okay with that? I don't think you're going to get an argument.
And while I have my microphone on, the municipal councilor advised me that the executive session for item 9U can be deferred or stricken and put back on in 2 weeks, if that's something the council would like to do.
We still have another item in executive session.
We do.
Why don't we just go ahead and get both of them then? We're going to go to executive session anyway. We might as well do both. All right, we have executive session. We'll be back. Oh, I'm sorry. Ray Lynn Russell? Hi. You might want to just pull that down, Ray Lynn.
My name is William Russell. Do I need my address? 513 Southeast 48th Street. I am a student at Pathways Middle College located on the campus of OCCC. I'm here to talk today about poultry in the city. I've been showing poultry since I was 8 years old, and it's my favorite thing to do. And although I reside in Oklahoma City, I have to keep my birds in Norman. It's hard to get all the way to Norman from Oklahoma City to take care of my birds. This is why I'm going to try to persuade you to change the ordinance. The city would not have to regulate poultry if they required backyard poultry to be NPIP certified. NPIP stands for the National Poultry Improvement Plan. If the flock owner does not have their papers, they would not have a legal flock. That's what my group and I have done. I am the vice president of the South Central 4-H Poultry Club. We started this group in January, hoping in this generation showing poultry would continue to thrive. So far, this is a success. Having poultry will give teenagers and many children opportunities if they take them. You can get scholarships to learn about livestock and the importance of having a local food source. Norman and Tulsa have updated their ordinances on backyard poultry. As you see in your booklet, which if you would like, I have some of the booklets right here. I've listed some of the advantages to keeping poultry. The main advantage is responsibility, which I think something this generation is starting to lack. And in one of the pictures, you'll see a little white bird. He is a Bantam white cochin. His name is Frosty. Frosty and I in that picture were showing younger children how to wash him and his friends. My friends have come to me to my shows, and they have a lot of fun. They love seeing the animals and learning about them. When I tell people I show poultry, they look at me weird, and I always have to explain it. My friends love to come with me to see the animals, and they love watching babies hatch. They love watching actual nature take place. I never thought I would be doing any of this. As an 8-year-old girl, you don't expect growing up you would want to show animals. And that's just what I have done. And this ordinance keeps me from having what I love at home with me. I love animals. I always have. Nature is the most beautiful thing in the world, and I want it in my backyard. And I would not be up here right now without my family's support. I was really nervous the last time I came without my 4-H leader. And I just really encourage you to really look more into this, because they're not just some poultry. They are something that this generation really needs, and a way to learn more. And I also would like to invite the whole council down this Friday to the meet and greet of the poultry show in Norman, and this Saturday, if you would like, to our poultry show, which my group is helping out with concession. And if you would like to come early, we are also going to have biscuits and gravy. So I would like you to, if you would like, to come to that and see what some of my generation is doing thanks to poultry.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Farrell.
Mayor, this backyard chicken thing is not ever going to go away until we address it more again, I think. We've addressed it twice in the last few years, and but it doesn't go away. I mean, I have there are a lot of people that live in South Oklahoma City, in all 4 of the South Oklahoma City wards that are very supportive of the idea of keeping poultry, and in fact do keep poultry. There's lots and lots of chickens in South Oklahoma City. Now, at the last time this got brought up, and I don't want to, it's going to be supper time before we get finished here if I get started, but there was comments last time about perhaps we could do it in some kind of a regional basis. And I'd like for planning to look and see if there's any possibility of being able to do it neighborhood by neighborhood or ward by ward, some way to permit people to do it in their... because I frankly don't think if you took a vote in South Oklahoma City, it would have any problem in passing. And I suspect there are areas in northwest Oklahoma City the same way, and northeast in some areas, I would imagine, too. But it's just why it has such a bad rap, I don't know, because lots and lots of cities, many larger than Oklahoma City, have regulations that permit backyard poultry. Lots of them do.
I think the fact that we have her speaking so eloquently, you speak really well. Thank you for coming and speaking. That's the future. I mean, this is another one that I think is inevitable, and I hope you keep coming back. You're going to win eventually. Might not be today or tomorrow, but you're going to win. So keep coming back and keep speaking on this issue. And thank you for coming today, because it means a lot.
Yes, this type of presentation goes a long way, and I think we may have seen a different vote the last time had there been more education efforts as far as community meetings throughout the city to help educate people. But one other thing, it looks like we may need to expand the definition beyond just chickens, Pete. Your pet here is a...
He is a buff Pomeranian Saddleback.
Oh, duck. Okay, yes. So you're going to have to...
There was a lot of conversation last time that it might be possible if we restricted it to certain areas, and I'd just like for staff to come back and tell me if that's possible or not before we make another run at it.
Okay. Ernest? Okay. William Gonzalez?
William Gonzalez, 801 Caroline Drive, Yukon, Oklahoma. I'd like to address the comments made last week by Mr. Shadid. Last week you said you couldn't even hear me because of the juvenile thing that I'd put on my shirt, and it disparaged the officer of the Oklahoma City Police.
You look very great, nice today.
Excuse me?
Very nice today. Thank you.
Well, there is. Well, I put on a shirt and tie. My message is still the same. I've said this for 3 years. You have an officer that's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. Y'all are not looking into it. Are you not a doctor and a politician? Both are noble and honorable professions, right? Sometimes. Okay. Do you recognize the names Dr. W. Scott Harrington of Tulsa? He's the dentist that did the dirty work. About Dr. Conrad Murray of L.A. He's the one that did the drugs for Michael Jackson. Oklahoma State Representative Rick Brinkley. He's the one that was caught stealing money from the Tulsa Chamber of Commerce. Mike Morgan, caught doing illegal stuff. Richard Nixon got doing bad things. David Holtzclaw, surely you heard that name? Not all victims come forward because they were afraid of the police. Sergeant Matthew Downing, assault and battery. I can go on and on. Do you think any of these came forward and said, I did it? No. Someone came forward and complained or besmirched or disparaged their name. If you believe all cops are good and their name should not be disparaged, you're either naive or willfully ignorant. The last two things. If anyone says that they believe that after looking at all the facts and the chain of procedure the police officer stated and filed in his report, and that he did not knowingly put what he thought were drugs in my son's pocket and tell him they're still in your possession, if they've said they checked all this and they still believe it, they're either liars or idiots or both. My last proposal, Officer for Poole. If Officer Poole will take a polygraph test and pass it, that he's telling the truth, 1 month from now, I'll give him keys to my truck to show that I'm sorry. I've got a 2008 pickup. They know what it's like. They know the truck. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. We have executive session and we'll be back.